Hey, welcome to the Great American Experience. Uh, Let me see here. We got what's going on? Why ain't you seeing me? There it is. All right.
Look at you.
We're all Alex Jones. Don't censor me. Rock on, guys. Let me fire up the other pages and make sure everything's working out. All right. All right. Oh, well, there we go. Everything's tested. Hey, what's going on, guys? Where y'all at? Got the rabbits today and the chickens. Got them out there getting acclimated, I think. Hey, Zoom. What's up, Zoom, babe? Grab a link and come on up, brother. I didn't get any video today, but it's been a long day. Hey, Don, how you doing, brother? How's it going? Man, well, it's a beautiful day here. It's like damn near 80. It's beautiful. It was absolutely perfect. We got a bunch of stuff done, and we're still kicking. Let's see. It's now dark outside, and it is still 60 degrees. Rock on. It got up about 70, I guess. So, yep. You know it, man. Hey, we're all Alex Jones. Don't censor me. Yeah, it's not the National Guard you got to worry about. The National Guard's here to work with us. So, yeah, that's not going to be a problem. Yeah. So, hey Don, what's going on down there where you're at, bro? I'm hearing all kinds of stuff about Florida. Man, shoot. That's one thing about not having the oil lamps running. I don't have any light. I need to get to work at my soldering station and make some lights.
All right.
Oh, yeah, I got a battery charger for those batteries.
I had my dog slept with me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she was cool. She lay down right here, and then when I woke up, she was behind my head. On
Nice.
Just laying there, passed out.
There you go. Like I said, just a little time. She'll get used to things, and it'll be fine. So.
The thing is, if I can get her to trust me while I'm here, when we leave, it'd be a little bit hard for her, to trust everything else, but she'll be okay with me. I'll be able to get her to come around to everything else.
Right, she'll acclimate to you, man.
Right, and it'd be a lot easier for me to get her used to everything once she trusts me.
So, well, Ranger's exhausted. Another busy puppy date. Yeah, he got to see a horse.
The only thing that dog is doing is lifting his head. That's it.
Yeah, he's on the floor. He's stretched out. He's laid out. He's not. He hears his name and he picks his head up and he's like,
Well, he opens his eyes.
Right.
Then he flops his head. Then he flops his head right back down.
Oh yeah,
done.
he's getting. He located some natural chewies.
All right, I'll be back in a little bit, man. I'm gonna go take care of this Walmart crap.
All right. Yeah. Cool.
Oh shit.
What? You got it?
Yeah, I just had to get that flashlight.
Oh, okay. There you go.
All right.
All right. Did that other light work out? Did you get it to charge?
Oh, I haven't even tried.
Oh. Okay.
I've just been using those.
Oh yeah.
All right.
So, you on voluntary lockdown? Okay. Yeah, I guess that's what we're doing. I don't know. I don't pay attention to it no more. But I don't even pay attention to that stuff, mostly. Been busting ass, taking care of getting the garden going, getting the animals set in, getting them. But I got 3 chickens and a rooster and a male and female rabbit. So yeah, we're doing. Can't call Jack. Jack can call us, but we can't call him. His phone system is on satellite. It's only outgoing. Yeah, I haven't heard from him in a few days, except for what Tracy relays to us. But yeah, that happened like last week or something, Don. Yeah. Buffalo Bill was talking about it, and I don't know what that means, and what kind of omen that is for them or what have you. But yeah, it shouldn't be. I mean, I haven't heard any. Well, when Buffalo Bill gets on, we can ask him. Maybe he watches the local news, finds out some more about that. But yeah. Oh, it's time for fire in the bowl. Oh man. Hell yeah. Coronavirus. He dropped his horn. Is that what you're talking about? Man, it was so sad today. There was one thing happened that was pretty sad. We were driving back after picking up the rabbits and chickens, and we were headed into town nearby where we picked up the chickens to get fuel. We were headed down there because fuel down there is $1.47 a gallon. So, so I loaded up the car. I got an Equinox. I loaded up the back of the Equinox with a like 6 or 7 5-gallon cans because and tank was pretty low. So we were going to go down there and fill up all the fuel cans and stuff like that. And on the way, somebody had the rear window open and the dog had to head out the window. Well, guess he decided he wanted to jump out of the car, and he jumped in front of the car ahead of us. And it wasn't a car accident, but she completely ran over that dog, and he didn't make it. And that was really sad. Almost made me cry. That girl was crying so hard. And I pulled over to check on the dog and see what's going on with the dog. And the girl that hit him took off. Yeah. So I don't think the dog made it. I don't think he's going to make it. So she was crying really bad. It was an older dog. So boy, she was crying hard. Almost made me cry. So, but we went and filled up the cans. I think I got like 47 gallons of fuel for $66. It was awesome. So we're stocked on fuel for the foreseeable future. Yeah, because the generators are full, the tractor's full. I got a couple things I got to put gas in, but yeah, we're good to go. And looks like we're going to be able to start tilling Tuesday. Yay! I might be able to get some of the initial tilling done tomorrow if that other tiller fires up. Isn't a problem. Yeah, tomorrow's small engine day. The mowers, the ratty mowers, the chipper, shredder, tiller, the 4-wheeler, and if I got time, I'll get to the backhoe and get that hose replaced on the backhoe. But that I got to run up. I got to run to a hydraulic shop. It's going to make the hose. Only going to cost me like $25. Get it made. The bitch is going to be getting it off the backhoe and then putting it back on. But yeah. There you go. Yeah, come on, join me on screen. Come on, Don. Don T. Rump. What's up, brother? It's Fire in the Bolt. Brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms.com. Oh man. No, but we made some new friends today too. Um, the people I bought the rabbits and the chickens from, they got goats and ducks and other things. They were wanting to sell some ducks. She was all about getting. You need some ducks. I was like, I ain't got a pond yet. She goes, oh, you just need a pool. Just need a little kiddie pool. They're fine. But yeah, it's been a long day. Been working things out. There you go. That's right, Don. Oh man. But yeah, tomorrow we're gonna be busting ass some more. It's supposed to be a nice day, partly mostly sunny kind of thing. And well, yeah. Well, the ones the breeders we're not gonna eat. Those will be our pets. We'll eat their babies. When yeah, they have babies, kits is what they're called. And once they get to be about 6 months old, yep, that's when you cull them. And yeah, rabbits are pretty good pets. Yeah, great for producing fertilizer for the gardens. Oh man, the gardens love it. Absolutely. But yeah, we get them all set up. Hopefully, we'll be able to get a bunch of that work I just talked about done tomorrow. And well, you're gonna traumatize the boy. Yeah, come on. I guess it's no different than fishing, raising fish, because you're gonna eat them. That's right. And I'm telling you what, some barbecue rabbit is good stuff, man. 18 wheeler. What about an 18 wheeler, Zoom? You know what? I'm gonna find one of these articles here. Uh, oh wow. Oh hey, there's something I wanted to talk about. Actually, Trump told Prince Harry and Meghan Markle they're gonna pay their own damn security bill. They have to pay for their security. They're moving to the U.S. Imagine that. Yeah, but Trump says you're gonna have to pay for your own damn security. That's not diplomatic service anymore. But yeah, this is ooh, here's another one. Huh. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this. Huh. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's right. Never mind. Here we go. Ooh, what's up with that? Oh, crap. All right, babe. Here we go. And that's how you deal with that. What are you guys talking about? Hard one outside, shut down until April 30th. Oh, okay, yeah. Zoom says, was that an accident there, Zoom? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I still can't believe they closed a boat ramp. What kind of shit is that? They were running people off. The fishing, yeah, the park rangers were running people off. That's ridiculous. Well, either way. Oh, hey, that's not right. Let's see. Okay. Let's try this. I'm going to try and... Okay. Try and get this here. Here. There. Alright. Let's see this. Alright, let's try this.
All right, and joining us now is House Republican Minority Whip, and that is Steve Scalise. Congressman Scalise, are you there?
Yeah, Judge, how are you doing? Good to be with
Congressman Scalise. It's good to be with you. Trust me tonight. All right, Congressman Scalise, you're the whip. Look, it's, in this world now of social distancing and all that other stuff, I guess this is just one of the ways we do it. But look, you were part of the of that $2.2 trillion stimulus bill that passed this week that the president signed. Talk to us, and I'd like you to talk, Congressman, to my viewer, to a viewer who doesn't have a job because that viewer has been furloughed or told that the business is closed. And then I'd like you to talk to the small business owner and what this stimulus bill has for that small business owner.
Well, Judge, this bill does a lot for both of those groups of people you talked about. For families, this is something President Trump talked about. He wanted this bill focused on helping families and on helping businesses stay afloat while we get through this. And so in the bill, you've got one section that's dedicated to getting individual assistance to families. So you got $1,200 per person, $500 per child. There's some income caps on it, but ultimately for families, whether they're working, even seniors are eligible for this. The IRS is going to operate the program for people who already filed tax returns. It will automatically come through the IRS. For seniors, it's going to go through your Social Security. Now let's shift over to the business side, Janine. And what you have is ability. The most powerful program is going to be the 7A loan program. It's a forgivable loan, meaning even if you laid off people, but if you've kept your employees, this will pick up the cost of the payroll for your workers, as well as all your fixed costs, your rent, your utilities, those kind of fixed costs for businesses, small and medium sized, all the way up to 500 employees will be able to go to your local bank, not through the SBA, because we know this is going to be something millions of small businesses participate in. So we allowed your local banks to be able to write these loans. So go talk to your local banker Monday morning if you haven't already, and there's going to be a loan that you'll be able to take out for your payroll costs and for your expenses, your fixed expenses, and that loan will be forgiven at the time that the first payment comes due. That's going to be critical to keeping a lot of small businesses alive. And then, of course, for large businesses over 500 employees, there's going to be a separate program. You've heard a lot about the airlines. They, of course, will be eligible for this. But any other business over 500 employees will be eligible as well. The goal is to help families get through this and to make sure we hold on to our businesses so there are jobs to come back to when we get through this crisis.
Okay, but Congressman, let's talk about the person who ends up going to the bank on Monday and says, "I have 60 employees." How do you prove it? What paperwork do you bring with you? How is it that you're able to automatically get that loan? I mean, what kind of investigation is done?
Well, the Treasury Department is going to come up with a form in which Secretary Mnuchin said his office ultimately will administer this through SBA, but he wants a one-page form, something very straightforward. And by the way, Janina, your local banker is somebody probably who already knows your business well. I mean, that's why we wanted the community banks to be the ones administering it, because they've already got this information on your payroll, on maybe if you have other loans with the bank. That's going to be the quickest way to do it. We don't want this to be something that takes months. You don't have months right now. You might only have days before your next payments are due. We want to make sure nobody's in default. By the way, the banks, we also include a language in this bill to allow the banks to give you forbearance for the next 60 to 90 days. This is something we did after Hurricane Katrina, where there was no cash flow for a lot of these businesses. And the banks were able to say, look, we're going to push your payments back 90 days at the end of the note. So for the next 90 days, you don't have to make your payments so that you can stay afloat. The banks don't want to foreclose on all these businesses, and they don't have any cash flow. So all of these things were included in the bill. Again, this is something President Trump was very focused on so that we have an economy to come back to as we get through this crisis.
And, Congressman, I don't know if we've ever done anything like this before. It's a tremendous amount of money, $2.2 trillion. But is there a possibility if this coronavirus, continues to spread and the curve, isn't flattened sooner rather than later, that there could be another stimulus bill that we might need?
Well, there's been some talk of that. But right now, this bill, there was a lot of work that went into it from everybody. I mean, you saw Republicans and Democrats come together. President Trump worked overtime, and Secretary Mnuchin was his point person. Couldn't have done a better job at trying to make sure it would work for every level of business and make sure families were going to be able to get the money they need to get through this. But this is why people need to be listening to their local leaders. This is a time for everybody to play a role. Staying in your house for the next 2 weeks would be critical to bringing that curve down so it doesn't go on for a long time. We don't want this to be a months-long thing. It can be weeks if everybody follows those protocols. And if you have to go out in public, don't go fight over the toilet paper. Be socially distant from people. Wash your hands when you're around other people. But stay at home as much as you can. People are doing a lot of things by home, like this interview today, a lot of teleconferences. I know most of the meetings I've had with people have been over the telephone, and that's what people are adjusting to. So take advantage of that opportunity to let that curve come down so then we can reopen things sooner rather than later.
Okay. All right. Well, Congressman Scalise, thanks so much for everything that you're doing on behalf of the American people. And I'm glad that you're out of quarantine yourself and try to stay safe during all of this. Thanks so much.
Yeah. Hey, Huckleberry. There's my Huckleberry. Yeah. Now I see you. How you doing? Oh, man. Oh, wow. Well, that's just one of the things. There's, let's see what's over here. Oh, damn it. It's not a video. All right. So let's see what's over at the Epic Times. Till April 30th. You know what? I know what to do with this. There we go. I wonder if they're going to have the stuff here. Oh, yep, here it is.
Be a part of our united effort to make sure that we protect one another. If you have the ability, donate or help create PPE. It's what our healthcare professionals need, and I got to tell you, it means a lot to them, given their heroic efforts when people chip in. Remember to ring those bells at 10 a.m. every day and fill up social media with that type of good behavior that we want to see.
Communication from U of L on their testing. Has anything improved with that? And how many tests are you getting safer, or average safer in U of L labs every now?
The question is, we had some communication issues with the U of L lab. Is that improving? It's improving slightly. We could use some more improvement. Listen, I like the folks at the university. We're communicating regularly. Part of it is the interaction with the public health department in Louisville. It's which is a great operating unit. We're all working on it. But we aren't getting all the information as quickly as we need. But that's not the only one. I'll have to work on a number that we've had reported from UK and U of L. If I looked at where the UK's capacity is increasing, at least from what I can see, and U of L's capacity appears to be increasing every day. They're running, compared to what we saw at the beginning, a lot of tests. And if I had a choice between time spent reporting information to us and increasing capacity for tests, I'd take increasing the capacity for tests every single day. An update on whether Boyd County has a positive case. I believe we're reporting 4 cases. Now, those could be tests done at a hospital in Boyd County, and they could live in another county. But at least as of our records, it appears that we have 4. Concern about Lowe's and Tractor Supply store. The number of people in them, nearly impossible to distance, especially waiting in checkout. We're going to be working on this tomorrow. We have to make sure that the facilities that are open, and it's under the order, are doing everything they can to enforce social distancing. And if that means there are that many people in the store, you got to close the front doors until the store thins out.
Oh, give me a break.
This is an absolute requirement, and it's got to be met. But let me also say, there's a duty on the individual side too. If you need to go to one of these stores and you pull up and there are a ton of people there, don't go in. That's how you get the coronavirus.
Yeah.
Let's be smart.
Do it, and they've done it. Just so much, so many.
What the heck?
Brown Army, 495,000 UPSers across the country that are ready to deliver. We're bringing in the supplies from any.
Go from 10,000 to.
What the heck?
President, let me first start by thanking the administration for all the support you have provided.
Ontario. I'm going to ask a couple of the
Wow.
people.
Sorry, guys.
And then as soon as I heard from Mike, they've been working around the clock.
Has a positive case. I believe we're reporting 4 cases. Now, those could be tests done at a hospital in Boyd County, and they could live in another county. But at least as of our records, it appears that we have 4. Concern about Lowe's and Tractor Supply store, the number of people in them, nearly.
There we go. Here's the main.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate everybody being here. Beautiful day in the Rose Garden. Tremendous distance between chairs. Social distancing. You practice it very well. We appreciate it. That's great. I want to start today by highlighting several critical developments on both the testing and treatment that will help us win our war against the coronavirus. On Friday, the FDA authorized a new test developed by Abbott Labs that delivers lightning-fast results in as little as 5 minutes. That's a whole new ballgame. I want to thank Abbott Labs for the incredible work they've done. They've been working around the clock. Normally, this approval process from the FDA would take 10 months and even longer, but we did it in 4 weeks. Abbott has stated that they will begin delivering 50,000 tests each day starting this week. And as you know, even before this development, we've been doing more tests than any other country anywhere in the world. It's one of the reasons that we have more cases than other countries, because we've been testing. It's also one of the reasons that we're just about the lowest in terms of mortality rate, because we've been doing more testing. So we have fewer numbers to look at. I want to also thank General Semonite of the Army Corps of Engineers and General Polovich, who's here, was going to say a few words in a little while. What the Army Corps of Engineers did along with FEMA in New York was incredible. They built 2,900 beds worth of hospital, an incredible hospital in the Javits Center, which I know well. And I just want to say that was unreal. They did it in less than 4 days. People have never seen anything like that. And it's an incredible, complex, top-of-the-line hospital. They did it so quickly. Everyone's trying to figure out how they did it, including me. And I was a good builder, but they did it very quickly, Mike. So we're very happy. So I want to thank Army Corps of Engineers, FEMA, the incredible job they have done. Now they're moving to other locations throughout the country where they already have people building hospitals. We're doing them in Louisiana, New Jersey, many other places. But these are incredible men and women, and they worked around the clock, and the people of New York are very happy. Governor Cuomo expressed his thanks, which we appreciate. But these are, nobody could have done a job like that. Most people have never seen anything like it. The deployment of rapid testing will vastly accelerate our ability to monitor, track, contain, and ultimately defeat the virus. We will defeat the virus. It will also allow us to test doctors, nurses, and other healthcare workers immediately and enable us to act quickly and aggressively to shut down the spread of the virus, so important in critical facilities like hospitals and nursing homes. And we will ensure that we can give cities and states the best information to guide local decision makers in making. I want to point out that the hydroxychloroquine is being administered to 1,100 people in New York, along with the Z-Pak, which is azithromycin. And it's very early yet. It started 2 days ago. But we will see what happens. I want to thank Stephen Hahn, who's a great doctor, left one of the best jobs in our country, running an incredible hospital in Texas. And he's the head of the FDA, and Stephen got approval for that so fast. Let's see how it works. It may not, but we may have some incredible results. We're going to know soon. So it's being tested on 1,100 people in New York. The FDA is also allowing the emergency use of a blood-related therapy called convalescent plasma as an experimental treatment for seriously ill patients. This treatment involves taking blood plasma from patients who have already recovered from the virus. So they've recovered, they're strong, something was good in them that worked. And so we take the plasma from those people that have recovered so well, meaning their plasma is rich in antibodies against the virus, and transfusing it into sick patients very, very, very powerfully. So sick patients will be transfused with the blood taken to boost their immune system. We'll see what happens, and we're having some early results that are good, but we will see, and that's going, I think, very rapidly. Again, we got approvals in really very quick time. We're also looking at an approval for the sterilization of masks. So I kept saying to myself, I'd see some of the masks are very complex. We're delivering millions, by the way, millions. But I kept saying, why aren't they able to use that mask a second, third, fourth time? And Mike DeWine, the great governor of Ohio, called me. They have a company that is in the final process of getting approval for the sterilization of masks. And in some cases, depending on the mask, some of these masks are very, very strong, very powerful, very strong material. They're able to sterilize the mask up to 20 times. So that's, I guess, like getting 20 masks. And so we worked on that. As soon as I heard from Mike today, I got involved, and the FDA is now involved, and we're trying to get a fast approval for the sterilization of masks. That would be a tremendous difference. It would be really helpful. Well, much of the research has to be done. We have a lot of research left to do. Obviously, this treatment on plasma has shown promising results in other countries. We're in communication with other countries, and very strong communications, and they're very reliant on us in just about all cases. We have the greatest people in the world. They're very, very anxious to find out how we're doing on our different things, whether it's a cure or whether it's really anything having to do with getting people better. We have some interesting things will be announced, I think, over the next few weeks, but we'll see what happens. They're being tested right now. The vaccines are moving along very rapidly. The next vaccines are an answer, but I'd like to see if we could do something therapeutically so that we could take care of the people that are already sick. We're working on that at a level that people would be amazed. These are incredible people. They don't stop. This method also has been used for more than a century, and that's the blood-related therapy. More than a century to fight off infectious diseases, so it's not unusual. Our level of complexity has changed, but it's a concept that's been used for a long time, including during the Spanish flu epidemic. And that was really a pandemic of proportions like, frankly, nobody's seen until what we're facing now. That was in 1918. You know what the result of that was? Probably from 75 to 100 million people were killed. And also other viruses like the one in this outbreak. This is a very tough one. This is a tough one because it spread so quickly, like nothing we've seen. It spreads so easily, so quickly. We're unleashing every tool in our nation's vast arsenal, economic, if you look, medical and scientific, military, homeland security is working very, very hard with all of them in order to vanquish the virus. As you know, every level of government, state, local, and federal is working nonstop to obtain more personal protective equipment for frontline workers. We're delivering vast orders of this material. I'm going to ask a couple of the people here to join me that both make it and deliver it. Joining us today are the leaders of America's largest distributors of pharmaceuticals and medical equipment, including McKesson, Cardinal Health, Henry Schein, Owens & Minor, Medline, FedEx, and UPS. We just concluded a very productive meeting about ways to keep our supply chains and delivery systems moving at top speed. And maybe I'd like to just ask for a couple of minutes for Mike Kaufman to come up, and maybe Ed Paseka. Mike is with Cardinal, and Ed is Owen and Minor. But I appreciate it, and if anybody else has anything, please come up. But if you could come up, Mike, for a second, and Ed for a second, just you could maybe say what you told me before when we had the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thanks for your leadership on this. Because of that leadership, we have really seen the government agencies working with industry like no time before. We've seen HHS, FEMA, the CDC work incredibly effectively with all of the distributors, and all of the distributors working together for the good of the people. And all of us have been so focused on making sure that we take care of our customers, because our customers are the ones that are taking care of the patients every day, and we need to do everything we can to make things good for them. And so it's been great to see how well all these government agencies have been coordinating together with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me first start by thanking the administration for all the support you have provided to the industry. You know, one of the things we did hear the challenge, and starting in January, we've ramped up our production in the Americas, including our facility in North Carolina, where we are now manufacturing an additional 40 to 50 million masks per month to get into the U.S. healthcare system. And we talked a little bit about this in the pre-meeting. One of the issues we're struggling with is the demand increase. You know, you used an anecdotal example of one hospital in New York that traditionally uses roughly 10 to 20,000 masks a week, are now using 200 to 300,000 masks a week. So you multiply that times the entire U.S., let alone the same demand outside of the U.S. That's part of the issue we're running into, is even with a significant ramp up in supply, you know, there's still that demand that is much greater than that supply.
Thank you very much. And I bring that up because when we discussed back in a room, we were in a conference room, very nice one actually, it's called the Cabinet Room. That statement was made that they've been delivering for years 10 to 20,000 masks. Okay, it's a New York hospital, it's packed all the time. How do you go from 10 to 20 to 300,000? 10 to 20,000 masks to 300,000, even though this is different. Something's going on, and you want to look into it as reporters. Where are the masks going? Are they going out the back door? How do you go from 10,000 to 300,000? And we have that in a lot of different places. So somebody should probably look into that, because I just don't see from a practical standpoint how that's possible to go from that to that. And we have that happening in numerous places, and not to that extent. That was the highest number I've heard. That's the highest number you've seen, I would imagine, right? But this man makes them and delivers them to a lot of hospitals. He knows the system better than anybody, and I think you were more surprised than I was when you saw that number. So thank you very much. I hope I didn't get any of your clients in trouble, but it could be that they are in trouble. So they have to look at that in New York. FEMA is working with these companies to launch Project Airbridge to expedite the movement of critical supplies from other countries to the United States. The first flight arrived at JFK Airport, New York this morning, filled with 80 tons of personal protective equipment, including 130,000 N95 respirators. Those are the ones that we were talking about before. 1.8 million face masks and gowns, 10.3 million gloves, and many other things. Millions and millions of different items. FEMA has scheduled 19 additional flights and is adding more daily. We hope to have about 50 flights. We're going to have, I think, including the one that came in today, we're up at 51 flights with these massive planes from the different companies. That was so nice to be here today. Would you like to say something on behalf? Please come up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the incredible leadership. I will share with you that UPS is really proud to be part of this effort. Vice President Pence and I had the opportunity to speak before, and the way we're going to win this war is with great logistics, and UPS is going to be part of that effort. We have a big brown army, 495,000 UPSers across the country that are ready to deliver, bringing in the supplies from anywhere around the world as fast as we can so that they can serve the communities that need them most. We're proud to be partnering with the states as well, because we know that in partnership with those states, we can deliver what is needed everywhere. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Great job you're doing. Please. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I would certainly like to echo my colleagues' comments that the collaboration amongst many of the government agencies and the private market and the distributors represented here today has been incredible. It has been increasing and ramping up over the past weeks. Today's first delivery of Operation Airbridge, I think, is the first evidence that's working. The 51 flights you referenced, we're excited about. We look to build upon that. So I would echo my thanks for your leadership, and certainly to the staffs for the terrific partnership and the commitment to protect the people we think about most often, which are the people on the front lines providing care. And maybe just a quick word of thanks on behalf of all the CEOs here to our teams that continue to show up in warehouses across the country, in pharmacies across the country, and do their jobs to keep the supply chain going. The supply chain is working. It's resilient. Supply is a challenge. We're tackling that.
Thank you very much. Great job. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, and thanks to FEMA and HHS. I think great leadership is really working well. The demand has skyrocketed, and we're doing a lot of things to bring in more masks, more other protective apparel. We are involved in reprocessing masks, and we've already started at about 100,000 masks per day, and we hope to expand from there. So we're quite optimistic about it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fantastic job. Anybody else, if you want? Yes, please. You're doing such a great job. We have to let everybody if they want.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. We appreciate the opportunity to work with your administration on a lot of the collaborative fronts. Number one, we've all talked about PE products. That's critical, and it's not just to the hospitals. That's a must, but it's really to all healthcare providers out there working on the front line. So our commitment is there to get it to the hotspots and get it to the care providers that are taking care of those patients. It's absolutely key. Second, we talked in there about buying in America and getting resources back here and manufacturing in America. That is critical, a lesson to be learned from where we are. And lastly, we're proud that we introduced a test. We need to get some more tests out there in a rapid form. We're excited about that. We work with your administration very closely in the FDA, and we're very grateful for that because it's a quick, rapid antibody test that we need as well. So we're really proud to work with your administration. All going well. Thanks so much.
Thank you. So thank you all very much, and for the great job you're doing. It's really incredible, frankly. Many of the states are stocked up. Some of them don't admit it, but they have. We have sent just so much, so many things to them, and including ventilators. You know, there's a question as to hoarding of ventilators. Some hospitals and independent hospitals, and some hospital chains, as we call them, they are holding ventilators. They don't want to let them up. We need them for certain areas where there's big problems. We can't hold them if they think there might be a problem weeks down the road. So we delivered a lot, and this group has been really fantastic. We want to thank you. UPS and FedEx, in particular, you've gone absolutely out of your way, so we appreciate everything you've done and delivered. The federal government continues to mobilize every resource to make sure our frontline doctors and nurses have the equipment needed to save American lives. Yesterday, I visited Naval Station Norfolk as the USNS Comfort departed for New York 3 weeks ahead of schedule, fully loaded with 12 operating rooms, 1,000 hospital beds, and hundreds of the best doctors, nurses, and medical professionals anywhere in the United States Navy, anywhere, frankly, in the United States. It was an incredible thing to see. Most of you saw that on television as it was leaving. It left literally 3 weeks early. It was under maintenance, and they got the maintenance done very quickly. Worked round the clock, as many of the people have, and it was a great sight. Additionally, two of the country's largest health insurers, Humana and Cigna, are announcing that they will waive copays, which is a big deal for anybody that understands insurance. They don't waive copays too easily, but we've asked them to do it, and they've done it. Co-insurance and deductibles for the coronavirus treatments to help ease the financial burden on American families during this pandemic. So they're waiving copays, co-insurance, and deductibles. I don't think anyone's heard of that one. Have you heard of that one before? I haven't heard. I want to thank them. Great companies. Today I spoke with Wolfgang Puck. Wolfgang Puck is a great restaurateur, as you know. It's Jean-Georges and Thomas Keller and Daniel Ballou and other leaders in the restaurant business, which has been probably one of the hardest hit industries. I've directed my staff to use any and all authority available to give restaurants, bars, clubs incentives to stay open. You're going to lose all these restaurants. They're not going to make it back. They have to get going. So what I'm doing is I'm going to tell Secretary Mnuchin and also our great Secretary of Labor, who you know very well, to immediately start looking into the restoring of the deductibility of meals and entertainment costs for corporations. That set the restaurant business back a lot when it was done originally and then not so long ago. And we're going to go to deductibility so that companies can send people to restaurants. I think it'll have a tremendous impact and maybe keep them open. I mean, don't forget, some are closing right now, despite the fact that they could be open in the not too distant future. We expect that, but there are some that aren't going to be able to get open, and we want to make sure they do. So we're going to look at the restoration, restoring the deductibility of meals and entertainment costs for corporations so that corporations can send people to restaurants and take a deduction on it like they did in the old days. That was when restaurants were doing really well. The financial relief bill I signed on Friday provided historic relief for American workers and small businesses and includes $350 billion in job restoration and retention. So if you look at job retention loans for small businesses, that's a big deal, with loan forgiveness available for businesses that continue paying their workers. So it's $350 billion. Job retention loans for small businesses with loan forgiveness available for businesses that continue paying workers. I mean, about that. $300 billion in direct cash payments are being sent to every American citizen earning less than $99,000 per year, $3,400 for the typical family of four. So they'll be getting a check for $3,400 for the typical family of four. Approximately $250 billion in expanded unemployment benefits. Under this plan, the average worker who has lost his or her job will receive 100% of their salary for up to 4 full months. Bill provides for these unemployment checks to be delivered through the existing state unemployment systems, not us, state. And I was opposed to this method because many of the states have very antiquated computer systems that are 45 years old, and they're not prepared to handle this kind of distribution, this kind of money coming in so quickly. They're not set up for that, and I didn't want to do it, but our opponents wanted it, so we did it. And if they don't get their money fast, I'm going to ask that we convene federal government, that we come back to Congress and we'll do something where we take care of it, because we can take care of it very easily and quickly. And I said that. But a lot of these systems are so old and so antiquated at the state level that they're going to have the money. They're going to get the money very quickly, but they're not going to be able to distribute it. So remember what I said, and we will, if we have to, call Congress back or find some other way of delivery of the money. Throughout this great national struggle, the American people have embodied the unrivaled patriotism and willpower that has led America to conquer every challenge, every single one in our nation's history. More than 90% of Americans say they're staying home as much as possible, putting their lives, their careers, their educations, and their dreams on hold out of devotion to their fellow citizens and to their country. Social distancing, that's the way you win. These shared sacrifices are pulling our nation together like never before. Family bonds are strengthening. Neighbors are looking after neighbors. It's incredible. I'm seeing, you're seeing, everybody's seeing what's happening. Communities are rallying for the cause, and old divisions are fading away. The Americans of every background are uniting to help our nation in this hour of need. It's up to 151 countries. So when we say our nation and the world, when you think of it, 151 countries. Somebody said to me today,
Amen,
that
Carpenter.
in this particular world, they didn't know that we had that many countries. 151 countries, that's something. And some are struggling at a level that nobody would have believed possible.
Amen,
if you look
brother.
at Italy, if you look at France is having big problems. Spain is having incredible problems. Something we did very well is when we stopped the inflow from China at a very early level. That was a good thing to do, great thing to do. We would have had thousands and thousands of more deaths. And we also stopped the inflow from Europe at a very early level. But those things were very important, especially the initial one, because we had never done anything like it, where we closed our borders to a country like that. The modeling put together by Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci and our other top healthcare we have, and these people are amazing, the healthcare experts who in this country are the best in the world. They demonstrate that the mitigation measures we are putting in place may significantly reduce the number of new infections and ultimately the number of fatalities. I want the American people to know that your selfless, inspiring, and valiant efforts are saving countless lives. You're making the difference. The modeling estimates that the peak in death rate is likely to hit in 2 weeks. So, I'll say it again. The peak, the highest point of death rates, remember this, is likely to hit in 2 weeks. Nothing would be worse than declaring victory before the victory is won. That would be the greatest loss of all. Therefore, the next 2 weeks and during this period, it's very important that everyone strongly follow the guidelines, have to follow the guidelines that our great Vice President holds up a lot. He's holding that up a lot. He believes in it so strongly. The better you do, the faster this whole nightmare will end. Therefore, we will be extending our guidelines to April 30th to slow the spread. On Tuesday, we will be finalizing these plans and providing a summary of our findings, supporting data, and strategy to the American people. So we'll be having lots of meetings in between, but we'll be having a very important statement made on Tuesday, probably Tuesday evening, on all of the findings, all of the data, and the reasons we're doing things the way we're doing them. We can expect that by June 1st, we will be well on our way to recovery. We think by June 1st, a lot of great things will be happening. I want every citizen in our country to take heart and confidence in the fact that we have the best medical minds in the world tackling this disease. We have the best science, the best researchers, and the best talent anywhere working night and day to protect your family and loved ones and to overcome this pandemic. With the grace of God, we are rising to the occasion. We are proving that no darkness can overshadow the eternal light of American courage. We will win, and when we do, we will rebound with astonishing force and speed. We will be stronger than ever, and we will have learned so much where something like this can never hurt us to the extent it has, and the world. Again, in our present crisis, the strength of our people is our single most important asset, and together we will defeat this invisible curse, this invisible enemy, and rise to incredible new heights. So I just want to thank you all for being here, and we'll take some questions if you'd like. Yeah, please, Kelly.
Mr. President, Dr. Fauci said there could be in excess of 1 million cases in the United States and deaths could exceed 100,000. Do you accept that assessment, and has that formed your thinking about extending these guidelines? And you also talked about New York. Were you suggesting there has been inappropriate use of masks or improper conduct with supplies?
No, I want the people in New York to check Governor Cuomo, Mayor de Blasio, that when a hospital that's getting 10,000 masks goes to 300,000 masks during the same period, and that's a rapid period, I would like them to check that, because I hear stories like that all the time. You know, we're delivering millions and millions of different products, and all we do is hear that, can you get some more? But when you hear that, and I heard that from one of the great companies of the world that doing this, it's a client. And they're going from, you heard it, 10,000, 20,000 tops to 300,000. And that's a hospital that's always full. So I think people should check that, because there's something going on. Well, it's not, I don't think it's hoarding. I think it's maybe worse than hoarding, but check it out. Check it out. I don't know. I think that's for other people to figure out. But you don't go from numbers like that. Now, other equipment likewise, because we're delivering a lot of ventilators, and we're building, by the way, we're building and buying, and we have a lot of ventilators that we're going to be sending out very soon. We also have right now in the stockpile almost 10,000 ventilators that we have to hold in case of emergency. We don't want them going out, and then Louisiana has a tremendous problem, which we now know they do. You know, all of a sudden it came very quickly. Louisiana was doing so fantastically well, then all of a sudden it was a big rash of cases. So we have to be prepared to move the ventilators. They're very important pieces of equipment. They're very expensive, and they're very complex. It's like building a car. You know, these are expensive, complicated, very complicated pieces of equipment. So we now have 10,000 in, and we inherited a system which was broken. Just like, I'll never forget the day when a general came and said, "Sir, my first week in office, we have no ammunition." That was on the military. We've now rebuilt our military, stronger than it's ever been, and we have so much ammunition. You wouldn't believe it, how much ammunition we have. But the same thing here. We had a stockpile that was deficient. We had testing that was no good. We had a testing situation that just wasn't right. It was okay for very small cases, but it was obsolete, and it was broken, and it was only good for a very small situation. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to ask Dr. Fauci to come forward and discuss the number, because I think the number is going to be a very different number than the numbers that you talked about. Please, Doctor, you might talk about that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, the number I gave out is, based on modeling. And I think it's entirely conceivable that if we do not mitigate to the extent that we're trying to do, that you could reach that number. Yeah. It's possible. I mean, you could make a big soundbite about it, but the fact is it's possible. What we're trying to do is not let that happen. So instead of concentrating on the upper and the lower, we're saying that we're trying to push it all the way down. But the second part of your question was, yes, we feel that the mitigation that we're doing right now is having an effect. It's very difficult to quantitate it because you have two dynamic things going on at the same time. You have the virus going up and you have the mitigation trying to push it down. But the decision to but to extend this mitigation process until the end of April, I think was a wise and prudent decision. Dr. Birx and I spent a considerable amount of time going over all the data, why we felt this was a best choice of us, and the president accepted it. So, in direct answer to your question, the idea that we may have these many cases played a role in our decision in trying to make sure that we don't do something prematurely and pull back when we should be pushing.
Deborah, please. Would you could you explain the 2.2 million if we did nothing? Because a lot of people would like to know that.
So thank you. I mean, you all know you've all seen the models. You've seen the models from Imperial. You've seen the models from Columbia. We've reviewed 12 different models. And then we went back to the drawing board over the last week or two and worked from the ground up, utilizing actual reporting of cases. It's the way we built the HIV model, the TB model, the malaria model. And when we finished, the other group that was working in parallel, which we didn't know about, HIME, and Chris Murray, ended up at the same numbers. So if you go on his website, you can see the concern that we had with the growing number of potential fatalities. All of the flu models predicted anywhere between 1.6 and 2.2 million fatalities if we didn't mitigate. I think you all knew those numbers. Some of them predicted half of the United States would get infected and have that level of mortality. So we worked very hard together to really look at all of the impacts of the different mitigations that have been utilized around the world and use that evidence base to really bring that data and that evidence to the president to consider for extending, which is not a simple situation when you ask people to stay home for another 30 days. And so they have to know that we've really built this on scientific evidence and the potential to save really hundreds of thousands of American lives. And we know that's a huge sacrifice for everyone. It's a sacrifice for every mother and child and father who's also self-isolating. There are people that have to go out to work, and we know the compromises that they're making. But it's all to protect not only Americans, but the healthcare providers. The healthcare providers that are on the front lines, and you've seen them, and you've seen how difficult this has been. And so we're really working. There will be a comprehensive piece presented on Tuesday that really talks about not only diagnosing individuals, but also increasing our surveillance now that we have more test kits so that we can really stop and contain new infections. At the same time, we're really dedicating test kits still to the critical diagnosis so people can get the treatment that they want. And so that we can ensure is when people come to the hospital that they know that the nurses and the doctors and the equipment that they need will be there to serve them. Because together as Americans, we're going to bring down the number of infections so we don't have 2.2 million deaths or 1.6 million deaths, but really work very hard to keep this in the lowest numbers we possibly can.
Mr. President, I just want to reiterate, because a lot of people have been asking, well, what would have happened if we did nothing? Did nothing. We just wrote it out. And I've been asking that question to Tony and Deborah, and they've been talking to me about it for a long time. Other people have been asking that question. And I think we got our most accurate study today, or certainly most comprehensive. Think of the number, 2.2, potentially 2.2 million people if we did nothing. If we didn't do the distancing, if we didn't do all of the things that with the kind of work we went through last week with the $2.2 trillion, it no longer sounds like a lot, right? So you're talking about, when I heard the number today, first time I've heard that number, because I've been asking the same question that some people have been asking, I felt even better about what we did last week with the $2.2 trillion, because you're talking about a potential of up to 2.2 billion, and some people said it could even be higher than that. So you're talking about 2.2 million deaths, 2.2 million people from this. And so if we can hold that down, as we're saying, to 100,000, it's a horrible number. Maybe even less, but to 100,000. So we have between 100 and 200,000. We all together have done a very good job, but 2.2 up to 2.2 million deaths, and maybe even beyond that. I'm feeling very good about what we did last week. Yes, please, go ahead, please.
President, given that you're announcing that you're extending these guidelines, was floating Easter a mistake, do you think? And
No.
Can you tell us why? And
it was just an aspiration. We actually will be hitting potentially, and this was with our meeting before, on Easter, we probably, well, that could be a peak. That could be a peak period. That could be the peak, sadly to say, that could be the peak number of deaths before it starts coming down. Now, that was aspirational. We had an aspiration of Easter, but when you hear these kind of numbers and you hear the potential travesty, we don't want to do anything where, we don't want to have a spike up. We don't want to do it soon, and then all of a sudden you go down, you're coming down, and then you start going up again, because we discussed that can happen, and we don't want that to happen. We've gone through too much. So that was an aspirational number. I didn't say Easter. I said it would be a great thing if we could do it by Easter, and we know much more now than we knew 2 or 3 weeks ago. Easter should be the peak number, and it should start coming down, and hopefully very substantially from that point. Thank you. Please.
Jen Pellegrino, OAN.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, your approval ratings have been the highest they've ever been, as well as the ratings on your handling of the virus. Yet there are some networks that are saying they're debating whether or not to carry these briefings live. Do you think there's a link between the two?
Well, I don't know. I know that, well, that's a nice question. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't want high approval ratings for this. I wish we could have our old life back. We had the greatest economy that we've ever had, and we didn't have death. We didn't have this. We didn't have this horrible scourge, this plague, you call it whatever you want, the virus. But we're working very hard. That's all I know. I see things, I see numbers. They don't matter to me. What matters to me is that we have a victory over this thing as soon as possible. When you hear that 2.2 million people could have died if we didn't go through all of this, and now the number will be, a much lower number. Hopefully it's going to be the numbers that we're talking about. So I appreciate it very much. But, what I want is I want our life back again. I want our country back. I want the world back. I want the world to get rid of this. This again, 151 countries. And we're going to do it. We're going to have a great victory. We're going to have a great victory. Go ahead, please.
Sorry, but yeah, thanks. You mentioned it, and I just want to make sure I was right. So Humana and Cigna are going to waive for all costs for anybody that's got the coronavirus. They're going to take care of everything?
Well, that's what they said. I told you what they're going to do. Right. Copays in particular, that's a big deal. Insurance companies don't do that, and I appreciate it. Humana and Cigna, they should be getting a lot of credit for that.
Will there be other companies? Or just those two?
Well, those two are getting a lot of credit right now for it, and they should, because it's something that, it's a lot of money they're waiving. And so we thank them. Will there be other companies? I wouldn't be surprised.
Are you calling on them to do it?
Great spirit. I'll tell you what, yeah, I'd love to have them do it. Let them waive those copays. There's a great spirit in this country right now. I mean, I know insurance companies better than anybody. They just don't do that. But now there's a spirit like I have not seen. I have never seen anything like it. I mean, even the media is much more fair. I wouldn't say all of it, but that's okay. They should be fair because they should want this to end. This is about death. So I want to thank Cigna and Humana. Thank you.
Will the federal government be reimbursing those insurance companies, or is this something they really are just doing out of their pocketbooks?
They haven't asked for reimbursement, so I assume they're not. They said they're going to waive them. Waiving them doesn't mean we're going to waive them and get reimbursed. No.
Okay. And second question for you, sir. First of the month is 3 days away. I know these cash payments are coming. Treasury Secretary Mnuchin said today about 3 weeks they should get there. For people that are worried about paying rent, I know mortgages through the HUD is taken care of, but I'm just curious about rent. What are they doing for the first of the month?
Well, they're going to be getting the money. I will tell you, I think landlords are going to take it easy. We may put out a statement on that. I think a lot of people that are owed money are going to take it easy. They don't sort of have a choice. But a lot of concessions are made, just like the insurance companies. A lot of concessions are being made that wouldn't have even been thought of 3 weeks ago. Not even thought of. So a lot of really positive things are happening. Please, behind you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Publicly threaten quarantine on New York, New Jersey, parts of Connecticut.
I didn't do that at all. Read the statement. Read the statement. Read what I said. I said we're going to look into possibly quarantine. I didn't say we're going to quarantine. I looked at it as a possibility because a lot of our professionals suggested quarantine. I said we're going to look at it. We then looked at it. You see, who are you with, Bloomberg, right? I can't imagine that. Let me just say, I didn't threaten it. I don't go around threatening. What happened is people, professionals, very good professionals, love the idea of doing that because that's sort of the ultimate in distancing. You can't do. They didn't want New Yorkers where they're having a problem necessarily going down to Florida where they have less of a problem. So the concept of quarantine was thrown out to me. Really would love to do it. They would love to do it. And I thought it was too much to do because the people are doing a great job with it. Also, it's very hard to enforce.
By speaking about it publicly, by speaking about it publicly and letting it be known that it's a consideration, do you think that you maybe frightened some Americans?
No, I think we made people aware to stay in your houses and do good. Now we did an advisory. It's a strong advisory. The governors are running the advisory, the 3 governors, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and I think we did a great thing. But all I did yesterday, as you know, you can see it, you can read it, you can read, and you can see very simply that I said that we are looking into it, and then before the end of the evening, substantially, we decided to go with the advisory, which frankly I liked better from the beginning. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 2 questions. The first is, you said repeatedly that you think that some of the equipment that governors are requesting, they don't actually need. You said New York might not need 30,000. You said it on Sean Hannity's Fox News. You said,
why don't you people act? Let me ask you.
You said
why don't you act in a little more positive? It's always trying to get you. And you know what? That's why nobody trusts the media anymore.
My question to you is, how is that going to impact?
You didn't hear me. That's why you used to work for the Times and now you work for somebody else. Look, let me tell you something. Be nice.
Mr. President, my question is...
Don't be threatening. Be nice.
My question is, how is that going to impact how you fill these orders for ventilators or for masks? Your views that it's not going to impact you at all.
We're producing tremendous numbers of ventilators. We're doing a great job on it. Mike Pence, our vice president, has headed up the task force, which has been incredible, the job they've done. We have everybody in the White House working on it. We have everybody in the country is working on this in one way or the other. The fact is, we've done a great job of delivering. You've seen the biggest people in the business. I mean, there's nobody even close to this group of people. We had a meeting at 3 o'clock. It lasted for a long time. It was a great meeting with the generals and with everybody else, and they have done a fantastic job. I'm just saying this. If they're holding... Let me give you one example. We sent thousands of generators to New York. They were put into a warehouse, a New York warehouse that happened to be located, interestingly, in Edison, New Jersey. They were given to New York, and we then went to other places, also giving thousands of ventilators. The people in New York never distributed the generators. We said, why didn't you distribute them? Now, you have to understand, they have New York people working in those warehouses. They knew they had them. So we said, why didn't you distribute them? I hope they've distributed them now, but maybe they didn't need them so badly. But just so you know, we're all, you, me, everybody, we're all on the same team. You know, when journalists get up, and you're a journalist, a fine journalist. When journalists get up and ask questions that are so threatening,
I was quoting you directly from your interview with Sean Hannity.
Take a look at my interview. What I want to do is, if there is something wrong, we have to get to the bottom of it. When I hear face masks go from 10,000 to 300,000, and they constantly need more, and the biggest man in the business is like shocked. He knows all about the virus, by the way. He's not surprised by that. He knows all about it. He shouldn't be surprised. He should say, well, that's standard, because this is really a very tough disease to handle. Okay.
Mr. President, my second question.
That's enough. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, my second
Please. That's enough.
Mr. President.
That's enough. That's not fair to your other reporters. It's not fair. You had a long time, a long question. If we have time, I'll get back to you for your second question. Is that okay? All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to follow up on previous questions, you said that the peak will hit in 2 weeks.
Well, we don't know that, but we think the peak will hit.
You think it will hit in 2 weeks?
That is our 2 doctors here.
Can you just share with us your understanding of how bad it will be so the American people will be prepared for it?
Well, I can. I think I'll ask Doctor and Doctor. Maybe you could both come up and give your opinion on that, because that's really...
And I have another question on Italy, please.
Thank you. I mean, we have great concerns when you look at the model. As I told you, look at the Chris Murray model, where he shows a rapid escalation, and you can see it happening with the people we're losing every day throughout America, and you can see it going up just like cases. And we're starting to lose people at the same rate. And we have deep concerns about that. And I think we're meeting and we've had calls with the clinicians, and that has been extraordinarily helpful. I think you're watching the alerts. I mean, we have a different population than Italy or Spain. And so because of that, our doctors and our nurses are getting information back really quickly so that they can talk to each other about how to really combat this. We're seeing things here that weren't reported in other countries. And so I really want to appreciate it. I know doctors and nurses are going full out, but they're also taking the time in their 2 hours of sleep to write us about what could be happening when you see the cardiovascular disease and others. So in the model, and there's a large confidence interval. And so it's anywhere in the model between 80,000 and 160,000, maybe even potentially 200,000 people succumbing to this. That's with mitigation. In that model, they make full assumption that we continue doing exactly what we're doing, but even better, in every metro area with a level of intensity, because we're hoping that the models are not completely right, that we can do better than what the predictions are. But we're tracking it very closely, and I think there's people around the United States really helping us. Scientists across the country have really given freely of their time to really help us not only model this, but really assure that the American public knows how important it is that they stay doing this. You know, you could see from the recent data, and I'll have Dr. Fauci talk about young people that are being impacted here. We didn't see that the same way in Europe, but our population is about 8 or 9 years younger. And so we have to be attentive to all aspects of this, children, to young people, to adults. We know still the people with pre-existing conditions and the elderly are at particularly high risk, but we don't want to lose any American. And so that's why I think the president came to the conclusion that at a minimum we have to continue what we've been doing, but even better, to every metro area out there, we have to do better. We have to ensure that we're protecting each other. Tony, you want to...
So, at the risk of offending my modeling colleagues, models are good, but models often generate the kind of anxious question that you asked, is how bad could this possibly get? And as I've said many, many times, a model is as good as the assumptions that you put into the model. And very often, many of these assumptions are based on a complexity of issues that aren't necessarily the same, as Dr. Berg said, from one country to the other. So when you give a model, you have the worst extreme, you have the best extreme. Often the worst extreme means that you don't do anything. You just, as we say, let it rip and let it go. If you go to the lower end, that means you actually mitigate it really to the utmost. So what I like to do as a scientist, a physician, a public health official, is to not ignore models, but say, look at the data as it's evolving and do everything you possibly can to mitigate that instead of getting overly anxious about the extremes of the model. Again, not to push them aside completely, but the reason the president made the announcement today about going to the end of April is because we want to make sure that we don't prematurely think we're doing so great. We may be, but we want to push it to the extreme. So take
that. The foreign pool, sir. You mentioned Italy.
Just to finish with,
sure.
So what both were saying and what Dr. Fauci just brought up, we don't want to do well and then end a little bit early and have it start going up again, because that would be a disaster. Go ahead, please.
You mentioned Italy. Italy is a close ally of the United States. They are facing catastrophic time.
Yes.
They have been receiving help from countries like Russia, China, even Cuba. Cuban doctors have been sent to Italy. Is the United States stepping in to help a close ally like Italy?
Last night with our people, we're sending them a lot of different things that we're not needing because we're obviously in need of a lot also. And we're also helping them monetarily. We're helping Italy a lot. We're working very closely with Italy, and we're working closely with Spain too, which is really hit hard. And we're working with everybody. I spoke with Angela Merkel the other day. Germany's hit hard. That their mortality rate is different, I think, because they do more testing. But their mortality rate is much different. Italy's mortality rate is very high. So is Spain. But we're working very closely with them. Yes, we had a big meeting on it last night. Admiral Giro, would you please come up and just talk a little bit about the tremendous success that's been made on testing from where we started? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as of close of business yesterday, we have been able to perform in the United States over 894,000 tests. So highly significantly increased every single day. Those tests are performed at a number of places, in hospitals, in your neighborhood, in the public health laboratories, the state public health laboratories and in our territories, as well as the large reference laboratories that are members of the American Clinical Laboratory Association. They have done over 650,000 tests, including over 840,000 just yesterday. I met with all their CEOs yesterday. They're fully committed to increasing testing to meet the requests and the demands of the president and vice president. A couple words on the point of care test. Point of care means you stop, you get the result right there that the president and the vice president have talked about by Abbott. Approved in record time by Dr. Steve Hahn and the FDA. This is a point of care test, meaning that from the time to swab to the time you get a positive result, 5 minutes like the president said, and at most 15 minutes for a negative result. So just think of it as a 15-minute test. This is not an esoteric test. There are 18,000 of these little toaster-sized machines all over the country in doctors' offices and hospitals right now, and Abbott will be providing 50,000 or more tests per day starting on April 2nd, with the first shipments out already. This complements other point-of-care testing like the Cepheid test that we announced about a week ago. We also have moderate platforms, so it's not just about the number, it's the type. We have point-of-care. We have moderate platforms that are in hospitals and in larger clinics and academic medical centers. And then we have the very large test. You've heard Ambassador Birx talk about the Roche tests and the Roche platforms that are in some of these big reference laboratories. So it's not just about the number, but it's about painting this very complex ecosystem so that everybody who needs a test can get a test. On priorities, remember, we are still prioritizing those in most need, those who are in hospitals or in ICUs, because that test makes a difference to how they're being treated. Symptomatic first responders, healthcare workers, and as Administrator Verma will always say, those in long-term care facilities who are at high risk. One last point. I've learned more about nasal swabs than I ever thought I would want to learn in my entire life. But it was a very big thing that the FDA approved last week, and it will now be implemented this week. Instead of having a provider stick this all the way in the back of your nose, that's uncomfortable, but it also requires PPE changes every time it's done. The FDA approved, with lots of data supporting it, self-swab of your nose. So literally put a swab, certain kind of swab, foam swab in your nose, put it in a plastic bag, give it in and drop it. This not only increases the speed, but it eliminates all those chains of PPE. So we will be implementing that this week, which will increase speed, but also save our precious resources as we build them up in the stockpile and out to hospitals. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Admiral, very much. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, you mentioned that the peak could come in 2 weeks. Can you ensure that everyone that needs a ventilator, every single patient that needs one will get one? Will it get there in time? And my second question is, after invoking the Defense Production Act yesterday with GM, you said that there were a couple of problem children that may require using your authority again. What are those companies and what aren't they meeting?
Well, I don't have to tell you because those companies have come into line. They're doing a great job. They're working very hard, 24 hours round the clock. So I don't want to give their names now because they are they've been great. They've come into line. And by the way, General Motors is doing a fantastic job. I don't think we have to worry about General Motors now. They've really they've really done a job. And what the Admiral said also, I think we can add this, Admiral, the reason we show more cases than anybody else in the world is we're doing more testing than anybody else in the world. So we have more cases because we're doing far more testing than anybody in the world. And remember, we started with a system that was broken. For many years it was broken. And I'm not blaming the last administration. I'm saying other administrations. And our pipeline had very little in it, just like we had no ammunition. We had very little medical. We had very little in our pipeline. Now we have ammunition, more than hopefully we'll ever need. And we also have a pipeline that's packed. And now we have those 10,000 ventilators that we can use because we need some quickly. I mean, this goes quickly from place to place. I'd love to give them all out right now, but we need them quickly. I don't want to give them out and then we have to take them back and move them someplace else. So we're very much prepared, please.
Mr. President, states like Florida have reportedly had 100% of their requests for supplies from the National Strategic Stockpile filled, but other states like Massachusetts have not. So how is that assessment being made, and why has Florida gotten its request?
Well, I think you're going to find that almost all states, look, I was on the call yesterday with the governors, and they were happy with the job we're doing. And I'll tell you what, if you had a different administration, they would not have been happy. These are people that speak their mind. They were happy. It was falsely reported by a couple of people that, oh, gee, they weren't. They were happy. They were thrilled. Florida has been taken care of, and Michigan has been taken care of. Very important state. To me, it's very important because I'm so proud of what we've done bringing car companies back into Michigan. And we're now dealing with the governor, and I think, Mike, I can say that a lot of good things are happening in Michigan. Massachusetts, we're dealing with the governor very strongly, and we're trying to get things to Massachusetts as rapidly as possible.
But why has Florida received 100% of its requests compared to some other states? Is there a reason?
Florida, look, they're very aggressive in trying to get things, and they're doing a very good job. But I think I can say all of the governors are very committed. We're committed. We're working together, and we're getting things out at a level that nobody's ever seen before. You can speak to FedEx, you can speak to UPS, they've never done anything like this, that what they're doing right now. And nobody in the world has been able to match what these great companies have been able to do. If we left that to government, it would have been a tough thing. We have mobilized private enterprise. We have mobilized the greatest companies in the world. And what's happening is incredible. And that includes Abbott, where Abbott comes out and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, comes up with this incredible test that simplifies everything and makes it so easy. So I think you're going to find most states are very happy. I'm dealing with the governor of Louisiana, John Bel Edwards. He's a Democrat, if that's what you're getting at. But I'm dealing with him very successfully. I think he's very happy. I think he's actually amazed at what he's been able to get. In fact, we were even forward thinking. I suggested we send additional ventilators and other things. We're building a hospital in Louisiana, very importantly. We're building hospitals in New Jersey. Governor Murphy of New Jersey is a terrific guy, and frankly, he wants, he's got a pretty hot spot right there, right next to New York. And we're doing hospitals, we're doing ventilators, we're getting a lot to Governor Murphy. Last night I spoke to the governor of Connecticut. We had a great talk with him. We are really doing a job. Look, Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, he's been terrific. We sent him a boat way ahead of schedule, the ship way ahead of schedule, hospital ship, the Mercy, with 1,000 beds, operating rooms, and it's been in LA for 3 days already. So I think they're really happy. And when you think about it, in New York, we built 2,900 hospital rooms, beds. Nobody's ever seen it before. The governor's never seen anything like that before. This was done by federal government, not by state government. This was done by the federal government. They're opening it tomorrow. I wanted to be there so badly, but Secret Service and all of the people involved won't let me. They won't let me. I would love to be there, but they won't let me for obvious reasons. But I would have loved to have been at the opening tomorrow of the hospital in New York, Javits Center. But we're very proud of the job we've done. We've mobilized and getting better and better every day. And the task force headed by your vice president, the job they've done, and they don't even sleep. Okay, any other questions?
Sir, may I just follow up on your letter to the governors that you sent, since we were on the topic of governors? You sent a letter to governors at the end of the week saying that you guys were going to be developing criteria to be able to classify counties based on whether they were hotspots or whatnot. And I wanted to know if you have enough tests currently to be able to accurately rank those counties.
Yeah, we're ranking counties and we're ranking states, and a lot of people put out false information because they don't know what they're talking about. And we took over a dead, barren system. We took over a system that was obsolete. It was good for a tiny little sample of people. And even that didn't work because when CDC first looked at their test, the biggest problem they had is the test didn't work. That wasn't from us. That's been there a long time. Now we have the best tests in the world, and nobody has. Now they're all calling, can we get the quick test? We call it the quick test, where, by the way, probably more accurate, and it takes a few minutes. I mean, it's pretty amazing what we've done. No, we're getting along great with the governors. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Mr. President, sir.
No, go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I wanted to ask you more specifically about the strategy that you plan to unveil on Tuesday. What factors are you taking into consideration? What can the American people expect? And is it possible that these April 30 deadlines could be extended?
Well, we hope not, but we think it's going to, we have aspirational thoughts. We would have loved to have been a little bit sooner, but we have to do it right. We could have done it. We could have done it on Easter, but there was a good chance that if it's coming down or if it's still going up, maybe it's going to be coming down by then, but we just felt it was too soon. We can't take a chance. Again, because of what we've done and because of the fact that we've stopped the flow from China so early, because the question is from a lot of my friends, why don't we just wing it? Why didn't we just wing it? And I kept asking, and we did models now. Finally, we got these models in. And you hear about the 2.2 million people would have died. I don't mean we would have had 2.2 million cases. These are 2.2 million people would have died. 2.2 million people. Look, we're going to have a meeting or speech or press conference or something on Tuesday. I thought what I was going to announce the end of April on Tuesday, but I said, let's do it now because somewhere along the line it's going to leak. We might as well just do it now and get rid of all the leaks. This way it did nice and clean. But we have to really do a great job for another couple of weeks. And I think we're going to be in great shape. And we're going to be in a position, even with what we're trying to do with restaurants, with deductibility, we have to get these restaurants back in. We have to get our businesses open. We have to get the planes flying. We have to get everything going. We have to get even the cruise ships. I mean, we have to get those cruise ships moving along. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world 3 weeks ago. And now we've said, please don't work anymore. We're actually paying people not to work. Nobody's ever heard that. That's not for us. People want to work. But at the same time, and I'm so glad that Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx gave us a number. And the number on the outside, and maybe it's not even on the outside, we don't know, is 2.2 million people would have died if we didn't do what we're doing. And now we're looking at numbers that are going to be much, much, much lower than that. And it makes everything we're doing feel much better to me. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I do have a question for you, but I'd like to let my colleague Gimish finish her second question, if that's all right.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Jeremy.
I'm going to call on you next. You know that.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've also said that at one point that you thought more people might die from the economic tragedies and the economic problems in America due to the coronavirus outbreak. What health officials are telling you that? And Dr. Fauci, could you speak to that? The idea that there might be mental health and suicide related to this, would that outpace at some point the virus's impact on the society?
Well, I could ask Dr. Fauci to come up, but it's common sense. You're going to have massive depression, meaning mental depression. You're going to have depression in the economy also, but you're going to have mental depression for people. You're going to have large numbers of suicides. Take a look at what happens in a really horrible recession or worse. So you're going to have tremendous suicides, but you know what you're going to have more than anything else? Drug addiction. You will see drugs being used like nobody's ever used them before, and people are going to be dying all over the place from drug addiction, because you would have people that had a wonderful job at a restaurant or even owned a restaurant. I spoke to great people today that have done a great job, and one day they're at the top of the business. They're celebrity chefs. They've got the most successful restaurants, and in one day they have nothing. They've gotten wiped out. One day, from our enemy, this invisible, horrible scourge. So when you ask me that, it's so easy to figure that. I mean, massive drug use, massive depression, mental depression, massive numbers of suicide. Anxiety causes, disease, they say. A lot of people, you're going to have tremendous. And hopefully we're not going to have that, because hopefully by what we're doing, we get the best of both worlds. We don't have 2.2 million deaths. We have a number that's much less, much, much less. And at the same time, we get our country running again. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You were next. He was very nice in doing it, though, for the list. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Which is unusual for CNN.
Two quick questions. First of all, during this 30-day additional period, do you anticipate at all relaxing those these additional 30 days?
I don't think so. It's a great question, actually. I don't think so. And I asked that the same. I said, how about Nebraska? How about Idaho? How about Iowa? And you know what? Those people are so great. The whole Midwest, I don't think they want to be in that position, actually. And probably, I was given a pretty strong look by these two people. They said, we don't like that idea. So, we're relying on them. They're the best in their profession, and they didn't like the idea.
And secondly, sir, I want to ask you about some
we
comments.
could do it, but I don't think it would be good.
Thank you, sir. I'd also like to ask you about some comments you made on Friday. You were talking about governors of different states, and you said, I want them to be appreciative. You also said, if they don't treat you right,
I
don't call. These are direct quotes, sir.
Excuse me. Ready? Take a look at what I said. I want them to be appreciative of me, okay? And then you cut it off because it's fake news.
You and of your administration, absolutely.
Please, let me just finish it. You just said it again, and the answer's a lie.
I could read you your full comments, sir,
let me
if
just
that
say,
would be easier.
Your statement and your response and your answer is a lie. Because here's the story. You ready? I said, I want you to be appreciative of me, and then you go on, and then I go on, and you cut it off. But it says,
you said,
because
I want them to be appreciative. I don't want them to say things that aren't true. I want them to be appreciative. We've done a great job. And I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about Mike Pence, the task force. I'm talking about FEMA, the Army Corps of Engineers.
Thank you.
But then you went on to say, if they don't treat you right, I don't call. He's a different type of person.
I don't call.
Referring to
No,
the
I
vice
don't
president.
call. No, I don't call the governor of Washington.
Why in this time?
But Mike Pence calls, and the head of FEMA calls. I don't stop them. Did I ever ask you to do anything negative, Mike, to Washington, the state of Washington? Michigan, I love that state. That's one of my favorite places in the whole world, Michigan. And I'm so proud of what's happened with the auto industry. It's coming back to Michigan. No, I don't have to call, because I'm probably better off not, because he's a failed presidential candidate. He's a nasty person. I don't like the governor of Washington. So you know who calls? I get Mike Pence to call. I get the head of FEMA to call. I get the admiral to call. But what you didn't say, you started it off, and you talked about, I have to be appreciative. But then, when you read the rest, it said, because if you don't appreciate, you're not respecting these incredible people, the two admirals, you're not appreciating FEMA, and the Army Corps of Engineers, who built 2,900 beds in 3.5 days, and you're not appreciating all of the work that's been done, and you're not appreciating these incredible people from private enterprise that are delivering things in numbers that nobody's ever seen. See, and that's why people aren't watching CNN very much anymore. That's why they don't like it. That's why your ratings are no good. Because you, even after knowing the truth for days now, you bring up the old lie. Read the rest of your question, the rest of your statement, you didn't put in. You have to put that in. And it's said in there, FEMA, and it's said in their Army Corps of Engineers, because when they disrespect me, they're disrespecting our government. And you know what? I don't mind if I'm disrespected, but they can't disrespect the Army Corps of Engineers and FEMA. Okay.
Why is a lack of
Please go ahead.
something that's important in the midst?
I want them to appreciate the incredible job we're doing. We are doing a job the likes of which has never been done before. And there are a couple of people that know that. But for political reasons, let's say they're Democrats. They don't want to give this administration credit, and that's okay. But I don't have to deal with them. But our vice president does deal with them. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
But that's
President.
why CNN is not trusted anymore. They are not trusted. They are fake news. Remember that. Go ahead. Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask you
Yes,
about
you
the
are.
extension of the CDC guidelines you've announced today
Sit down and
through the
shut
end of
up.
next month. Of course, you know that there have been shelter-in-place orders that have been imposed by governors and mayors all throughout the country. And when you take that all into account, it sounds like, and it seems like you've acknowledged that America essentially will be shut down for the next few weeks, maybe even the next 2 months. You mentioned June 1st as a date in which you'd like America.
No, we think it's going to really start to open up. We think that that's going to be the bottom of the hill. That's where we're looking at June 1st, maybe even a little bit sooner than that. So we have this hill. If we did nothing, the hill would have been up here. We did a lot. We did just about maximum. And we got lucky because we stopped China from coming in, and then later on we stopped Europe from. We got lucky. We got very lucky. The people that were coming in here, they went to Italy, they went to Spain, they went to other countries. We got lucky, and they got unlucky, to be honest with you. You look at what's going on in Italy and Spain in particular. So, no, I don't want that. June 1st, we think we can reach the bottom of that hill on June 1st, and that would be a good thing. And I have confidence in the two doctors. I think that that could be a date. It could even be sooner. Could be a little bit later. It could be sooner. But I think people would be very happy if we did a job and saved potentially millions of lives. I think people would be very happy with that date.
My question, sir, actually has
yes, please,
sir,
go ahead,
Mr.
please.
President, my question actually has to do with the $2.2 trillion relief bill that you signed into law. In your view, do you think that another relief bill, another phase bill, may be necessary? And are you prepared to support that, Mr. President?
Well, I'm prepared to do whatever is necessary to, number one, save lives, and number two, bring our economy back strong just like it was before. I think our economy has a chance to be just as good and even better than it was before. And remember, a lot of the money that you read about, that's all coming back. These are loans to great companies that got stopped from doing business. They'll be back very soon. So much of the money that we're talking about, that money's coming back, and we'll take warrants, meaning we'll take pieces of the company for the taxpayers of our nation. I expect that we'll make a lot of money with that money. We're going to make a lot of money, and it's okay. I don't even want to talk about making money, because what I want to talk about is two things. Number one is saving lives, and number two is bringing our economy back, okay? But I think we're going to do very well. That whole money, a lot of it's coming back, please.
Mr. President, thank you. Earlier this afternoon, you had tweeted that there are on average 8.5 million Americans tuned into these daily press briefings. Yet there are some networks out there that are, concerned about taking these briefings.
No, I know exactly what you're saying. No, I've read that.
What do you say to
Well,
these
I've read that
detractors?
CNN doesn't want to cover them. I've read that, except they can't help them because the ratings are so high. If the ratings were low, they wouldn't be here. This man wouldn't be here. In 100 years, you could bet your life that he would never be here with CNN and all their cameras if they're bad, because we help their ratings. We lift up their ratings because their ratings are very low. But for the most part, I haven't heard that. I will say the Washington Post has a drive on not to go to the President of the United States news conference because, frankly, so many people are watching. We're getting the word out. We're getting the accurate word out. And a lot of people are happy about it, and a lot of people aren't. But they should be happy. When I have the general, when I have Seema, and when I have Tony, and when I have our incredible, these are all like people that have become big stars, okay? But they've done a great job. But Deborah has done a fantastic, all of these people, they don't want to be stars. You know what they want? They want to win. They want to win the battle against the virus. They've been fighting this stuff their whole life. Between Ebola and swine flu, and I don't know, I'm not sure I'd love your life, but that's what you like, right? That's what they do. They fight disease. And you know what? There's nobody that does it better. But I think the American public, ultimately, they should be the decider. It's like, if they don't want to watch, they shouldn't watch. And we shouldn't have bigger ratings than The Bachelor, or as the New York Times said, we have Monday Night Football type ratings. Now, I didn't say that. I have no idea what they are, in a sense, but I know that the Times, they say it's all the news that's fit to print. I say it's all the news that's not fit to print, because I think they are not honest people. But that's okay. but they can't help it. But even they said that the ratings are like Monday Night Football ratings, and that these are like Bachelor finale. That's their end. When the big deal happened, I have no idea what happened because I'm too busy working on this. Somebody will tell me what happened. So, no, I think it's terrible. When they don't want the President of the United States to have a voice, you're not talking about democracy any longer, please. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. President. You've talked a lot about concerns about leaving the economy for so long. Was there any dissent from your top economic advisors in your decision to leave the guidelines in place until the end of April?
No, and this is before we heard the 2.2 million people. I mean, we had a lot of people who were saying maybe we shouldn't do anything, just ride it. They say ride it like a cowboy. Just ride it, ride that sucker right through. That's where the 2.2 million people come in. Would have died, maybe, but it would have been 1.6 to 2.2. And that's not acceptable. But there are a lot of people that said, I thought about it. I said, maybe we should ride it through. You know, you always hear about the flu. I talk about it all the time. We had a bad flu season. We're in the midst of a bad flu season. You know, we had a bad season last year, as an example, a bad flu season. And you'll have 35, 36, 37,000 people die, sometimes more, sometimes less. But this is different. And part of this is the unknown. And part of it also is the viciousness of it. I had a friend who went to a hospital the other day. He's a little older and he's heavy. But he's a tough person. And he went to the hospital, and a day later he's in a coma. I go, how's he doing? Sir, he's in a coma. He's unconscious. He's not doing well. The speed and the viciousness, especially if it gets the right person, it's horrible. It's really horrible. Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, this may be good for some of the advisors as well. We've heard some rumors that Louisiana is really going to get hit hard next because there's a possibility with Mardi Gras. Have you guys seen any data to back that up of what happened a few weeks ago and whether or not that's contributing to the spike in Louisiana?
I don't think it's a rumor. I think it's a fact. Louisiana's been hit hard. And Louisiana is an example. It started off with like nobody for so long. When I spoke to the governor. But Deborah or Tony, either of you, if you'd like to talk.
You know, I think you heard us talk about a week ago that we were very worried about the numbers and how they were increasing in Louisiana, how they were increasing in Cook County, how they were increasing in Dearborn and Detroit. And I think those are areas that we're still watching very carefully. And like the president said, when people get this virus, some people do very poorly. And when certain metro areas get exposed to the virus, we see this really very rapid expansion of the virus. We think it may have been circulating there for, a couple of weeks. We don't like to, I don't like to look backwards. I only like to look forwards. And really, we are putting all of our effort into ensuring that the people of New Orleans, the people of the Detroit region, frankly, the people of New York, some of the fastest growing counties are not New York itself, New York City. When you look at it per 100,000, it's Rockland, it's Bergen. So, all of these places are people that have transited through cities, and that's why we really did want the travel advisory, just to really warn people to watch out for their own health, to really take their temperatures. And so it can go from 50, 100, 500 cases, and the next thing you know, it's 2,000, it's 4,000, it's 10,000. And because it then gets across all communities, people get very sick.
You made the comment about New Orleans. This can happen anywhere, and that's really one of the issues that we're concerned about, and why we were so reluctant to pull back at a time when we need to put our foot on the gas as opposed to on the brake. And as what Dr. Berg said, this is exactly what you see. There are a number of communities, cities, states, what have you out there, in which they're trickling along like that. Don't get complacent about that, because that's exactly the way the virus works. It goes like this, then like this, and then it goes up like that. That's exactly what happened in New Orleans. That's what happened in a terrible way with New York. That's what we're trying to avoid in multiple locations throughout the country. So we shouldn't take any solace when we see low levels in different states, different cities, different areas, because they're very vulnerable to an explosion.
And Mr. President, last question for me, sir. Just real quick, I asked the Vice President a week ago, and I think we talked about it last week as well. You took the test that first time, I remember that, and I think you used to go last week, Mr. Vice President. Have you had a chance to take it again? Does it get easier the second time around? Is it, I mean, do you feel, how are you feeling?
I think I'm waiting for that little 45-minute test. I sort of like that, or now it's down to 5 minutes, I understand. But no, I haven't, but I think I will take it again if it's appropriate. I don't feel there's any symptoms. I don't notice. Have you noticed any sniffles? Nothing, right? So far I haven't felt that way. But, there was a big, strong point made originally. I think it still holds. Take the test if you need it, if you have the symptoms. If you don't take it. That's put out by the professionals. So, I don't have I would take it. I just wanted to say one thing also about what Tony had mentioned. So I grew up in Queens, New York, and right next to a place called Elmhurst, Queens. And they have a hospital that's a very good hospital, Elmhurst Hospital, right? I've known it. I've known where it is. I can tell you the color on the outside, the size of the windows. I mean, I know it very well, right? I was near my community where I lived. And I've been watching that for the last week on television. Body bags all over in hallways. I've been watching them bring in trailer trucks, freezer trucks, because they can't handle the bodies. There's so many of them. This is essentially in my community in Queens, New York. I've seen things that I've never seen before. I mean, I've seen them, but I've seen them on television in faraway lands. I've never seen them in our country. Elmhurst Hospital. Unbelievable people. I mean, when I see the trucks pull up to take out bodies, and these are trucks that are as long as the Rose Garden, and they're pulling up to take out bodies, and you look inside and you see the black body bags. You say, what's in there? It's Elmhurst Hospital. Must be supplies. It's not supplies, it's people. I've never seen anything like it. So these people are doing a fantastic job, and somebody else who's doing a fantastic job is sitting here, who is the head of the task force. And I just maybe want to finish up because I'd like to ask Mike, what do you think about what we've done, and where do you think we're going, and how do you feel also, and you studied this so closely, how do you feel about the curve and the June 1st date? And that's aspirational, but I think that really modified aspirational, because I think we're going to hit it, and maybe we'll even beat it. Okay, Mike, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and let me just join you in thanking the American people for the efforts the people of this nation have made over the past 15 days, and that we know they will continue to make over the next 30. You heard the president speak today about the modeling, and on Tuesday he will share with the nation the full range of counsel of the team that he assembled now months ago at the White House Coronavirus Task Force. Will lay out to the country what could have been, but what we're continuing to work to make a reality. But in the meantime, I think every American should have a grateful heart. First and foremost, all the incredible healthcare workers that are on the front lines at places like Elmhurst and elsewhere every single day. As Dr. Burke said, getting just a few hours of sleep and going right back into work. I mean, they are the hands and feet of American compassion. And I want to say, on behalf of your president, on behalf of a grateful nation, that we're with you. We're going to continue to work tirelessly with these outstanding leaders at FEMA to make sure that you have the protective equipment to be able to do your job safely and go home to your family. We're going to continue to work with these incredible distributors. Literally, the aircraft that landed at JFK this morning is the first of 51 aircraft that are going to be coming in from around the world, and it's all headed to support our healthcare workers and people that are on the front lines. But also, Mr. President, I want to say thank you to American businesses whose generosity is shining forth every day. The two insurance companies that you mentioned have waived co-pays and are providing full coronavirus coverage to Americans for the full treatment that people that are enduring this virus are experiencing. But American businesses like those so well represented here are stepping up every day with what the president likes to call a spirit, the likes of which we haven't seen for quite a while in this country, and it's truly inspiring. I also want to join your words about this team that you've assembled, not only the healthcare team, the extraordinary team at FEMA and HHS, but all of our partners at the state and local level, the work that they're doing. Mr. President, when you tapped me to do this 5 weeks ago, you said, I want a full partnership with our states. I want to make sure the federal government is there working with our governors and all the local health officials, and to all of you who are managing your states, to all of you that are implementing those healthcare policies on the local level, you have our admiration and our commitment to continue to be with you. I think what the president laid out today, while it is, I'm sure, for many Americans that were hoping we would be with this sooner, there may be a modest sense of frustration and disappointment. But what I hear, speaking to these healthcare experts, is that there's light at the end of the tunnel. And that as the American people continue to put into practice the president's coronavirus guidelines for America, as each one of us continues to do our part, social distancing, avoiding groups of more than 10, using a drive-through at local restaurants, avoiding unnecessary travel, as every American continues to listen to your state and local leaders, to heed that domestic travel advisory that the CDC issued on Saturday night. We're going to hasten the day that we get to the other side of this, as the president said. And that we truly do believe that while there are challenges in the weeks ahead, there is hope. That as every American continues to put these guidelines into practice, as every single one of us continues to do our part, that we'll get through this. I mean, when the American people know how tall the hill is, Mr. President, we've never failed to get over it, and then some. And I think with your leadership, with this extraordinary team that you've assembled, with the great leadership that we have at state and local levels, the partnership with American businesses, and the can-do spirit of the American people, we'll get through this, and we'll get through this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much, Mike. So I just want to end by saying that we're all in this together, all of us. I have never seen anything like it. The unity, the esprit de corps, the spirit, I've never seen anything like it. It's a beautiful thing to watch. Unfortunately, the enemy is death. It's death. A lot of people are dying. So it's very unpleasant. It's a very unpleasant thing to go through. But the level of competence, the level of caring, the level of love, I just think it's brilliant. And it's possibly happening in other countries. Possibly, I don't know. I can't speak to other countries, but I can speak to the United States of America. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I am very proud to be your president. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
There you go. Holy cow. I'll get that back up there. There's the sound. Hey, come on up, Florida. Guys, grab a link. Buffalo Bill. Guys, yeah, and yeah, Michelle, grab a link. Come on up. Heck yeah. Random or real? I don't know. I've never seen any mothballs because I just can't seem to get the little legs apart. Yep. Oh my gosh. Hey, Florida, come on up, brother. I tell you what, Trump's the shit, man. He get out there and just told him, listen, you, be fair. Shut up. Sit down and shut up then. You're not going to be that. You just go ahead. Turn your mic off and shit down. Oh yeah, worm farms under it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's a great idea. I generally take all the
A
manure
partisan issue.
and put it.
I think the
in
more we
the
play into
garden.
Putin's
Hold on.
hands, the intelligence community has been clearing.
That was a continuation of another show. All right, Florida. There's Wild Bill. Here we go. Hey, what's happening?
Hey.
Oh, damn it. You got that sound thing going.
Okay, I'll get it out of here and try it again.
All right. Yeah, the worm castings too. Yeah. I just sell the rabbit manure. Holy cow. Rabbit manure. You fill up a feed bag full of rabbit manure and sell it for $10. Costs you $12 or $13 for the food. You get $10 back when you fill it up with the poop. Cuckoo cachoo. Hey, Carpenter, you still in here? Grab a link, brother. Come on up. Well, the feed comes in like a 50-pound bag. So, yeah, it's a pretty big bag. But usually they eat all the food and it fills up the bag. Then you sell it for $10. So the food only costs you $2. $2 or $3. There we go. There you are.
Any better?
Much better. Excellent. Good to go.
All right.
Oh, man. Yeah, Trump was just tearing them up, man. It's like, just shut up.
Yeah.
But so how was your day?
Oh, quiet. I just sleeping a lot. I mean, everything is so quiet right now. There's hardly any cars. Nobody walking. Not even walking their dogs. Nothing.
I thought you were going to be like, building shit.
Yeah, I started doing that, and I went and got me a cat's paw. You know what a cat's paw is, right?
No.
It's a nail puller. It's called a cat's paw.
Okay.
Yeah, and it digs right down in there, and it grabs a hold of the nail head so you can yank them out better. It gets the tip of them out so that you can. Usually, I'll use a hammer, cat's paw, and a flat bar or a crowbar. The cat's paw gets my nails started, and then I go around with the crowbar and yank them all out.
Right. I was going to say, that's why I use a sledge, a beater block, like a 2x4 or something, and then I separate the boards out and then hammer the nails out and pull them with a crowbar.
I'll bet you Carpenter knows what a cat's paw is. There may be another name for it, but it's a little nail puller. And it digs right down in there. It doesn't damage very much of the wood. especially for those stupid pallet nails. They're hard to get out.
Right, $10 for a 10-pound bag. Well, that's because the big USPS box is a 10-pound limit. That's right. And they do the large box shipping. Yep.
See, Aaron knows what it is.
When I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me, singing words of wisdom. Let it be. 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 Anyway.
So you
I was like expecting you to have something built, like a birdhouse or something. I don't know.
Oh no, I still got pallets to tear apart.
Right,
But it's
right.
raining on me, and I didn't want to get them out there and get them wet again. I've been having them in storage. These last pallets in storage to try to dry them out.
They're wet. Yeah. But dude, I got some badass chickens. I got some Jersey Black Giants. Had 3 hens and a rooster, and picked up 2 Flemish Giant rabbits, a male and a female. So,
see, I'm up for the rabbit idea. They don't make any noise. Actually, if I didn't live where I live right now, I would have chickens and I'd have some roosters.
yeah. Well, the only thing the rooster's necessary for is if you want to hatch the eggs, so that they can fertilize the eggs. If you don't have a rooster, they're really pretty quiet.
I like the sound of a rooster in the morning.
Yeah, but the neighbors get pissed off, right? A lot of neighbors get pissed off. But yeah.
We got to get out of Babylon, man.
Yep, I don't have a neighbor close enough to give a shit. You hear my roosters on my property and get the fuck out. You don't like it. There's another place.
Babylon.
Huh?
You're not in Babylon.
That's right. I'm in America, baby. There's Florida.
If you're in the city, you're in the heart of Babylon.
You're number one. You're number one.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, back at you.
Got 2 number 1s for you.
That's number 2.
You're number 2.
That's 2. That's number 1.
Hold on a second. Get that out of my eye there. Yeah. What's how you doing, Florida?
What was the cotton balls for? What was that about?
I don't know. I think somebody just wanted to say balls.
Oh. Aaron, I sent you a text asking you if you were alive, man. I still ain't got no answers.
So I had a video that I found of Brooklyn, the hospital in Brooklyn, New York, and they got this tent set up, a receiving tent for coronavirus people. And the guy video cammed it, and there was nobody in it, nobody lining up. It's nothing what the media is saying. They're saying there's like thousands of people in New York that are, and all this stuff. Nobody was lining up at that hospital to get a corona test.
Bill, if you seen a tent that said corona tent, would you go in there?
No, Trump called him out too. Trump called it out too, man. He's like, man, these fucking hospitals up here said they only had 10,000 masks, and then come to find out they got 300,000, and they're screaming for more.
Yeah.
He says somebody's going. Somebody's in trouble.
We already had it, man. I think I did.
And De Blasio had a bunch of freaking ventilators hidden away.
Yep.
He was lying and saying he wanted more.
Yep. He hid them in a New Jersey warehouse. That's what he was talking about. That Trump talked about that in his speech. He's like, listen, these bastards knew they had this stuff sitting in a warehouse in New Jersey. There was New York people working at it. They knew they had this stuff, and then they say they did.
Text.
He's calling them out. They're he's just tearing them up. I'm loving it.
Yeah, it's a bunch of BS. We're getting lied to.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, it's gonna have to keep going and going till the whole country sees it, man. You know, they're gonna have to keep lying and lying and lying. That's it. I mean, because it's just not gonna stop. They're not gonna stop. That's probably Aaron sending me another text.
Yeah, and Trump was like,
now, motherfucker, I already know you're alive, motherfucker.
Did you hear him say about the business loan too? He's like, these business loans that they're going to give out, when the first payment comes due, the loans will be forgiven.
I still ain't heard when I'm getting my check.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
I'm hurting over here.
You're saying that Trump is your president. If you accept that check, go cash it. That means Trump is your president.
That's right.
So if
they're all my president.
To be your president, you got to go find somebody else to give that check to that's in need.
Yep. If that ain't your president, it ain't your money.
That ain't your money.
You know, when hurricanes come through here, I go out there and push trees over onto the trailer and say, "Look, that looks like a big FEMA check, don't it?"
Oh my gosh. Oh my God.
The FEMA check.
Biden's sitting there telling everybody what to do about coronavirus and everything, and he's coughing right into his hand and everything. And he gets reprimanded by the interviewer. What are you doing coughing into your hand? You know that's old school. We're supposed to be coughing in your arm and all this stuff. He's like, oh, it's okay. I'm in my house. I can do what I want, you know. What a freaking cheat. He's such a jive ass.
Yeah.
Oh, he would lock down the whole country. Did you hear him say that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Man, I don't think I'll get 1,200 though. I'm pretty sure. Haven't worked in a little while.
Hey, Canoes, grab a link, brother. Come on the screen. I tell you what, it sounds like that 1,200 might just work out really great for me getting my AR-10.
Oh,
it's gonna buy me an AR-10.
You brought it up. You brought it up. Huckleberry doesn't want to hear gun talk. Huckleberry doesn't want to hear gun talk. But the United States Army, I don't know if you know this, has a new submachine gun now.
Oh, somebody around here's got one.
First new submachine gun since the Thompson. The Thompson was the last one we actually had. Yeah. Yep.
That reminded me, Bill. Somebody in our neighborhood has one. Fully automatic. It'll purr. It'll purr. I can hear it about a mile away.
Yep. Burp. It's a 9mm.
Yeah, it'll burp.
Burp.
Yeah, man. That was badass. Somebody around here got one.
It's probably.
But there's a civilian version out there that's single action. So I mean, it's the civilian version of it. Semi-auto, not single action. Semi-auto.
Well, this one wasn't semi-auto.
What are you doing?
There is nothing
happening.
Yeah, hold on. I might have to turn something down here.
Why?
Well,
We got.
Sorry.
We have a call in. Aaron the
I'm
Tires.
gonna get on. I'm trying to get online so I can see the chat
Right.
while I'm calling you. And it's not simple.
No, it's not.
It probably is. It's just,
You're too drunk to deal with it. I know.
Hold on, I think I got this.
You got this?
I think so. We're going to YouTube. I'm on YouTube. Hold on, and then now I got to turn the volume down on your stream. But I'll be able to access chat.
That's right. All the guys can hear you.
Okay. I shut that down. Yeah, I knew that was happening. The fucking echo treatment.
Oh, yeah.
I knew it was coming, And if you don't know it's coming and you get hit with the echo treatment, you can't. You just gotta just shut it down. It gets crazy because it don't just echo. It echoes multiple times. It's exponential echo.
Right. It keeps coming back.
You get 2, you get 3, you get 4, you get 8, 10, 12, fucking it goes nuts.
Right. Oh, shit. Bill just dropped off the wagon.
All right. Yeah, this works for me. I can do this. I can do it. Hey. At least you get your fucking my yacker box on here.
Right. Right. What's up, man? Florida's upload.
I'm having a good time. Dude, I went over to the fucking e-bike. I was cooking. I made a big pot of chili.
Okay.
I got one of them cast iron Dutch ovens. Dude, this thing weighs like 20 fucking pounds.
Oh, shit.
Oh, it's cast iron. The lid weighs more than the pot. Dude, the lid's got these little points on it and shit. And, like, if you slow cook something, the water drips off those little steel points and shit.
Right.
It's a convection oven. Dude, I can cook bread in this.
Yeah. A lot of people make bread in that.
Heavy lid, though. Heavy
It's
lid.
an oven. It's an oven, dude. It's a Dutch oven.
I love it. Well, I cooked chili in it today. And, well, my last batch was better.
Yeah?
Actually, I gotta admit. I put too much tomato paste in it.
Oh, good night, Miriam. Miriam's saying good night. She says she's.
Oh, good night, Miriam.
Stay safe.
Right?
I worry about Miriam. She's in a tight spot.
She says.
I don't have to haul out tripod, so cheers, everybody.
Cheers. Fire in the bowl. Brought to you by Sausage Gravy Farms.
That fucking thing I had today, turned the fucking camera. I was like, Jesus, come on.
Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms. Yeah. Oh, man.
Turn the camera so I can't show a label or something.
Something.
No, I'm having fun up here, man.
Yeah.
I am, and, I mean, Kevin Seven, he's a tough critter.
Right.
And he's I ain't getting rid of him. I like him.
Yeah.
It's like, you're telling me, and I need to, calm down a little bit. The point is everybody's got to have a fucking positive attitude through this whole fucking thing. The whole thing. It's not any negative shit.
It's not the end of the world.
Everybody's got to think positive. Even though it's not a fucking good situation, you still got to think fucking nice. Think right and help your fucking neighbor out and shit like that.
Right.
That's what you
I ain't fucking with my neighbors. I don't know what they got.
All right, Chrome Minion. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it gets you a little gassy. And, don't get in the elevator with me. Yeah.
Aaron's gonna light one up.
Yeah, the elevator's not a good place.
Right.
I'm not, a lot of people, they say like, well, tacos and stuff, and, I don't know, I get a little, I'm not a gassy person, though. I really ain't. I do fart from chili, don't get me wrong, but,
I got,
like all day long, or the world's most incredible partner, and it just, I toot a couple times, and that's it.
now you gotta do what you gotta do is you gotta dice up some boiled eggs on your chili, along with the cheese and some broccoli, and you're golden, man. And you eat it with a brown swagger sandwich.
Horrendousness.
Right. Then you eat it with a brown swagger sandwich.
Oh, the guys in my one job, I worked at this factory. It was all CNC shit, and I was on second shift, and the guys would fucking try to get in there early. These two guys, they worked on the other CNC machines. They fucking race. Whoever can get in early wins, dude. The earliest person wins, and it was the egg salad sandwich in the fucking vending machine. Dude, you'd eat this? I did. I tried it. I'm like, what the fuck are these fuckers doing over here? So I bought the egg salad sandwich. And, dude, it was like an hour later, I let out the most atrocious fart I've ever smelled in my life.
It's so bad you had to get away from it.
Bad. I couldn't stand myself. Yeah. That bad. No, but these it was another cell, but I'd fucking play cards with them and shit. But they're over there, and they'd race each other to work. Like, they get to work 20, 30 minutes early to work.
Right.
And, dude, you'd be sitting over there shooting shit with them or whatever, and their buddy walk up, and he just let it rip. Dude, he almost had to vomit. It was fucking crazy. I don't know what the fuck they were putting in them fucking egg salad sandwiches, but man, it'd clear the room.
Right.
And it's funny, every fucking day, these two fucking dudes would race each other to work to get that egg salad sandwich. Just so that they did walk over, because they got to talk to each other all day, because they're both, he's at CNC machine 1, and the other guy's at CNC machine 2, and they gotta like take parts from each other and plan their night. And,
Right.
He'd just walk up and he'd feel that fart brewing. He'd walk over to that dude and he'd just fucking let him have it.
Yeah.
Those guys are unreal. And they'd laugh. And I'd laugh. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me, man. It's like Fart Wars or something.
Yeah, dude, in high school, right? I had a buddy, his name was Mike, and we had first hour together, right? This is the last year I went to high school, and I was like 16. And we'd sit in class. It was a bullshit class anyway, right? And turn around and we would have these fart tests. You would like eat like Maalox tablets or something like right before class and stuff, and then give him gas like 20, 30 minutes later. Oh man. And then we'd sit there and we'd like critique it like that smells like chili and chicken,
God.
And the people around us hated it. Oh my God. They were like, oh my God, this is so disgusting. And we're farting. And that was a good one. We'd grade each other on noise and sound. And
yeah, those dudes, they're in the fart, like you got the Hunger Games.
Right. The fart game.
Hunger Games.
Nah, same thing. Nah, they try to outdo each other, and you had to win, and this and that. Yeah.
Yeah, we found the ultimate recipe. We found the ultimate recipe. It takes chili, sardines, broccoli, sour cream,
Oh, jeez.
and boiled eggs.
I feel a conflict going on right now.
Oh yeah, that was bad. That was we didn't.
You started the broccoli, didn't you?
Oh man, yeah, the broccoli is like the agent that ties it all together. The eggs, oh man, boiled eggs. Oh man.
Well, that's interesting, Huckleberry. Your dog eats chili but leaves the beans. Beans are a really good protein source, man. I'm all about the beans. I love the beans. That's why I made chili and not pasta. I got a good stockpile of pasta. And I like the beans. I mean, I'm sorry, it's good food.
Yeah, but chili mac always rocks, man. You make up some noodles, throw in a can of chili, another can of stewed tomatoes and some onions, and let it simmer.
Tomatoes are fucking, that's the shit. And, you know, until like 1910, I guess, they were saying tomatoes were poisonous.
Really?
Like, people wouldn't eat tomatoes until like 1910. I don't know, I read a fucking weird fucking thing. And then finally people said, hey, these tomatoes are good, but they're acidic.
Right.
They're very acid.
Yeah.
So, you know, you can, you know, throw some fucking lime on them or salt or whatever. You know, you can neutralize the acid. And they're very nutritious. Now we got fucking pizza and spaghetti sauce all over the fucking joint.
Now you're just making shit up, Buffalo Bill.
Crazy, man. You guys are fucking Looney Tunes.
You're reading the chat. The ball full of beans. I'm telling you, the beans, I like beans. I'm growing beans this year.
I'm growing green beans.
I want to grow a bunch of beans this year. I want to grow radishes, turnips, radishes, potatoes, onions, garlics, the rooty plants.
Yeah. I did.
Anything that goes underground. I'm on it. But I'm doing a whole shitload of sunflowers, but I don't know where to do them.
Right.
The sunflowers still stick out.
Anything that's got food above ground is getting eaten, huh? By the critters. Wow, did you just sneeze in your armpit?
No, I coughed.
Right on, Florida.
What up? Can you see me?
I'm 6 feet away from you, motherfucker.
Can you see me on the screen?
Yeah,
that's funny as fuck.
Can you see him on the screen?
Oh, I see Florida.
You
He's
can.
all picked out. Oh, I spent like a month with Florida.
Let me ask you something.
Oh, he's good.
Let me ask you something. Aaron, let me ask you a question.
Oh, you're breaking up, Florida.
He wants to ask you a question, he said.
I couldn't hear you, Florida. You're breaking up.
What does that say?
Yep, he's done.
Ladder.
They're fucking him. No, that's internet. Internet's fucking Florida.
No, it's yeah. I was gonna say he's coming in smooth over here.
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna fucking come in on the chat. I'm done. Have a good one.
Where are you going?
Oh, I gotta restart my phone.
You're making a phone call, dude.
Yeah, but I gotta restart my phone so the internet works good, and I can't hear. I can't see Florida, dude.
Oh, okay. Okay, just restart your browser.
Florida's coming in and out. He's like chopping up. I can't even understand what the fuck he's saying.
Oh, damn. Okay.
No, I want to know if you can see me.
You know, do a restart on the phone. So I'm out. Hey, I'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right. All right.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah, he's just.
So, what would that be your final answer?
I think it was no. I don't think he could see it. I'll check you out.
Would
You
that
want a
be your
zip
final answer?
You want a zip gun?
Yeah.
No shit. Oh God. Having tea with a splash of silver.
You would never know what the hell that was pointing right at you. Would you?
No, not till it went boom.
You wouldn't even know what the fuck it was pointing right at you.
No. But yeah.
Damn. I was.
You were what?
Aaron was trying to do two things at once. He was, he was. That wasn't gonna work for him. He wasn't on his laptop.
No, he wasn't on his laptop.
I tell you, that's a Cadillac there now with the laptop. It don't lag, slow down, or nothing.
Right. That's what I was saying. It's like not a problem.
Now, when they throttle me back, the sound will get funny. It'll get that like echo that Crow Minion said that, and it'll start like multiplying on itself, kind of. And
Hey,
then,
Crow Minion. There you go.
Weird. It's a weird thing that happens. And like if you keep staying on it, it'll keep going where you'll only catch just a part of each word somebody's saying. And that's it. And it'll be going what, echoing all around.
Yeah, it gets stupid. I know. Expecting snow. Oh, that is Utah. Yeah.
Ooh, snow, man. Yeah, fuck that.
No shit. Oh, jeez. Now we're talking about
something's like echoing here now or something. They just
there's something coming back and forth between us. Yeah.
Hold on.
It's still 54 degrees outside here, guys. It's almost gets going, what, 10 minutes to 11. Where's that goat master? We need a goat.
Did anybody see Water's World yesterday? And the guy talking about not touch your hands to your face, and he's not even worried about catching it anymore.
Who's that?
It was a guy on Water's World. He was working at Elmhurst Hospital, I think.
Oh, yeah?
He was a doctor, and he said, look, he goes, I'm not even worried about catching it anymore. Because I know I've learned the secret to beating it.
Yeah. What did he say?
One, don't touch your hands to your face. And then number two, wash your hands.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's it. I don't know if anybody else seen it, the guy, it didn't seem like he was lying, but
Well, like I said, man,
you know,
a little bit of hygiene, a little bit of nutrition, and your silver, and you're fine. You're gonna be fine. Oh yeah, they don't. It's this. It's all bullshit, dude. These damn. But what they've done is they've turned it on into all flus, all colds, and it's a war on the cold. And once we get a Trump talked about the cure tonight. He talked about it. They got 1,000 people in New York that are taking the treatment, and it's been 3 days. So we'll know tomorrow what kind of results within the next couple of days. We'll know exactly.
okay, there's Aaron.
I think I smoked enough. What's wrong with that?
What does this say right here? Can you read it?
Ladder.
Let me know. Man,
So
I'm tired from sitting on my ass all day.
Well, you come up here.
Lean back a little bit.
Come up here. I'll put your genius to work. That's right.
Oh, I got to take a lot of breaks, man. It don't just happen.
I got a lot of painting that needs to be done.
Now I can paint. I'm good at that.
Yeah.
I'm real good at that.
Well, we got a lot of painting needs to be done.
I'm real good at that.
I got 4 picnic tables, a wishing well, and
it's 90% prep.
And 3 Adirondack chairs that need to be painted. Yeah. Hey, what's up, canoes? How you doing, brother?
Canoes and Wild Bill. Holy shit.
Well, Wild Bill fell off the wagon a little bit ago.
No, my battery took a dump on me.
Oh, did it?
Oh,
whip its ass.
Was that Bud?
No,
I
it's
got a
meatloaf
flip, yeah.
and green beans.
Oh.
He's eating his bud now.
Man, you guys ought to see what mine looks like now. I had some pretty buds, man. They're about that thick.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're wafer thin now, right?
Yeah.
You hugged them really hard.
I did something cool, though. You guys know how they put those, like, them tire plugs in the plastic? You know, they're about that long, them tire plugs. You know how they got
yeah. Yeah.
So what I did was when I pressed them, I went back and took some paper and took 2 of them and like rolled them up like that. Rolled it up flat and then put them back in there and masked some more out. And they got this one and another one off of just rolling it up like that. I'm gonna try it again. It worked out really good, man. I'm gonna do it again. It worked out really good, actually.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah. So, and I got some more. I'm gonna do them tomorrow.
Now, when you go to when you go to do the butter with those, do they come back?
No, it's
No, they don't.
it turns into mush after 18 hours in a crock pot. It's just
Oh, really?
mush.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All the butter, well, see, you boil it out of the
Yeah.
material, and the butter just is a place for the oil to absorb into when it separates, when it cools down.
Oh my God! Happy birthday, Canoes!
Yeah.
Absolutely, happy birthday,
Yeah.
man.
Thank you.
Oh man, you're 40?
Birthday, man.
Yeah, in a couple minutes.
Damn
Well,
kid.
technically at 9 o'clock, but after
I'm
midnight,
8 years
whatever.
older than you. Ha ha ha.
You old fart.
Watch out for my dust, buddy.
This was another one.
Oh man. Oh wow, there you go. Wow, you actually got quite a bit out of it, huh?
Yeah. Man, that looked like bubble gum coming apart.
Okay. Is it strong?
Hey, Aaron knows what I'm talking about, man.
Is it strong though?
Oh,
That
hell
particular?
yeah. Fuck yeah. Ask Aaron. Aaron will tell
Well,
you.
no, I'm saying that particular squeeze. That particular squeeze. That's a re-squeeze, right?
Yeah, this one isn't. No, this one. This one isn't.
I thought you said that was a re-squeeze.
Not this one. No,
Okay.
this was one of my first ones, first press, and then I said, "We'll see how it's all wrinkly right there."
Yeah. Okay.
And the front of it came out of the front of the press. I didn't have it stuck back far enough, so I said, "Man, there's still some oil in there," and I fucking thought about these fucking tire plugs I got, and this paper. And I said, man, I could mash it up and probably fold it up. And I said, yeah. So I folded it like over and over. And that way there was paper in between each layer. And I pressed it again. And it was basically, this is what it looks like now. Dust.
Oh, okay.
That's like dust in there.
Right.
I mean, it's powder.
Right. Right.
You can't even, I wouldn't even try to burn that because I couldn't even, the paper in between it was mashed so thin, you can't even separate it. I mean, it fucking mashed it. I'm going to try that again.
He's looking.
What?
Oh man. But no, he was talking about the cure tonight, man. That was the shit. I was like, yes, here we go. Then he put that mean bitch in her place. That was great. I loved it. Nope, that's enough. Shut up. That's enough. You've had enough.
Well, I just love how all those reporters are sharing the same microphone, passing it back and forth. I hope they all get sick.
Right.
You know.
Oh no, I think I already had it, guys. Honestly. Yes, Aaron. There is a reason for every little thing. Yeah, it's not. It don't just happen. Yeah.
It takes years of practice to get that crazy, right?
Well, no, it looks like I'm not doing or like I'm doing nothing, but really it's for like a reason, like I use the paper because it sticks to everything else, you know, and you can't get it off of there with anything, you know. I mean, you can't, you know. But now, Aaron, I used to use them little silicone containers too. I don't even hardly even use those anymore because I just leave it in the paper because the air is not getting to it, so it's not getting dust in it, you know. It's not
Right.
getting dirt in it and shit.
Right. Well, oh, man, I wore out Ranger again today.
Mm.
That puppy, I tell you what, he's like, he came inside here, he got something to drink, he came over here and grabbed his Chewy and fell on his face. It was so cute. He's such a good dog. But yeah, he was in with the chickens and stuff and never even bothered him.
That's cool.
Yeah. Well, so he was born in a chicken coop. He's been raised with chickens. Yeah, come on in. What's up?
I just got back.
Oh, did you?
Walmart was closed when I got out there. I've been on the phone.
Walmart's been closed?
They closed at 8:30.
They closed the Walmart at 8:30 down in town. It was a 24-hour Walmart before this.
I've been talking with
Man, it's some tasty stuff, man.
question for you.
What?
Oh,
You mind if I get up and bring somebody back here with me?
you guys will hear about terpenes.
Just maybe for a few days and they'll be taking it back. Because I'm not going to take it to my ex-wife.
I can show you what they are. That's what you guys don't know is the terpene. You'll hear about it.
I'm going to talk about it. I just want to make sure it's told
what they are.
Yeah. Hold on a second, guys. I'll be right back.
Go.
So this little thing right here I'm showing on the screen, what it is you put your CO2 cartridge inside here, and then it's got an orifice. Let me see if I can show it better. There's the orifice right there. And it fits in a blowgun.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And it converts your blowgun into a CO2 launcher thing for blow darts. And that sucker has got some punch.
You could use that as a whippet.
Don't it look like a palm nailer kind of?
Yeah. So let's see, I screw this thing back in like this here. I'll set this down or something here. Shit, I can't set it down right. The stupid thing keeps falling on me. Okay. So I just put this back in here. I load my CO2 cartridge in there.
It's real
dark. Back on. I know it is.
That's all right, though. I can keep going. Keep going. That's cool. Yep, I got you. Right. I got you. Yep. Yeah, I see what it is. Yeah, that's awesome, man.
There's the trigger.
Yeah, hell yeah.
There's the trigger.
Man, that's cool.
I think it's kind of cool.
Man, dude, I got these ball bearings, man, and I'd like to make a little, like an air shooter or something little, you know, a ball bearing. I got a bunch of them.
Yeah, but it's really cool. You know, I don't know. You probably used a blowgun before.
Yeah. I won $100 with it one time.
I started out with those wire darts that you buy, and then I discovered the bamboo skewers for shish kebab. You know the shish kebab skewers.
Yeah,
they're bamboo. I just make my darts out of those, and hot melt glue a little pom pom on the end of it.
Right,
and it's a ripper, man. It just freaking It goes deep. It goes so deep. It goes right past the pom pom. You're shooting that flesh, it'll go right through that flesh.
Man, I couldn't do much with mine, but the longer darts with the little spearheads, now those I couldn't even get them to go as far. I was better with just the short, plain steel darts.
Now at the deli,
we used to shoot at the mice crawling up the curtain in the fold of the curtain. They crawl up the up and down the curtain.
Those sand picks.
We'd shoot them.
What's that, Canoes?
So, at the deli, we got those fancy deli toothpicks, the real long ones for holding sandwiches together.
Yeah, they'd work.
The little pom-poms, yeah, they work great in a drinking straw.
Well, the thing about the wood ones, the thing about them, Florida, that's really cool is the wood ones, if you dip them in like some kind of curare or something like that, it permeates, it goes into the wood. And I won't do it with the metal darts. So that's a way to, it's a delivery method of getting like a curare or you get the crazy dart frogs down there. You hold the freaking frog over a candle and get it start to sweating.
Yeah. I think I even seen where they put him on little where they had him drawn and quartered. I think I seen something like that. Looked like they had a little guy drawn and quartered, all stretched out. I think I see that picture, man.
Poor little Pepe. Well, you got those other great big yellow toads down there in Florida. They call them bufo toads. You know what I'm talking about?
I haven't seen any of them.
Oh, they're bastards. You go in a car wash down there, go to wash your car, and those bufo frogs would just plop right down on your car while you're washing it.
Oh, man.
I mean, they come down off of the ceiling in the car wash. Great big giant yellow freaking toad.
We don't have those.
Well, they got some kind of poison in them too. What happens is if you extract the poisons out of those frogs, what they do is they cause the larynx to swell up. So eventually, whatever you use it as a dart, it'll make their larynx to swell up, and then they can't breathe.
Well, in the 90s, I shot that rat and then a squirrel, and it didn't kill either one of them. They were running around with a dart stuck in them.
Oh, yeah, bufo toads. They got them in Florida.
And ate him.
Well, down in South Florida. I was down in South Florida, so I don't know if you got them up there.
It is. I'm way up 37 miles south of the Georgia line.
Oh shit, you're a Yankee then.
That's it's pretty hillbilly up here, man.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, I know it is. I'm just messing with you.
It's cool though. I mean, it's cool.
You're probably 90 degrees again today, or what?
It was over that, yeah. Well, actually, it wasn't as hot as it was yesterday, but it was probably got maybe 90.
It almost hit 70 here.
75. It cooled down. I turned the fans off, so it was hot yesterday. It was over 90. It was. I got a burn.
You ever go down to Tampa?
Yeah, I used to.
That's kind of same weather as what you got.
Yeah. I haven't been there. I used to go to, well, my buddy lived in Brandon, and we got into a lot of trouble down there. Didn't get caught. This was 91 or 92.
Yeah. Then there's a nuclear plant up there. You know where Crystal Rivers is?
Yep. Yep.
There's a lot of people I knew worked over there in Crystal Rivers, health physics technicians. And in between outages, they would go and work in Crystal Rivers or Port St. Lucie.
Yep. Yep. That's a nice area. You ever heard of Steenhatchee?
If I had my druthers, yeah.
You have? That's the closest there is on this. If I go this way to the ocean, the other way is Jacksonville.
Yeah. I like the Atlantic side better than the Gulf. There's a lot of fish out there in the Gulf. There's some good fishing.
I don't eat none of it.
You don't eat what?
Not no fish. Nothing comes out of the water.
Why?
Well, that's okay because that means there's more for me.
Yeah, I don't really even like seafood. I don't even like the way it
Yeah,
tastes.
I'm the same way, Florida. I'll eat some canned tuna fish a couple times a year.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Yep.
Well, what grossed me out growing up?
I know we're weird, Wiz.
I haven't.
Not our thing.
Lobster.
I've never even had lobster my whole life.
Clams, squid.
Somebody said I like it. Though.
No, calamari, if it's done right, is a good appetizer. I wouldn't want to make a meal out of it, but if I'm at a nice restaurant, I'm getting a steak dinner. I might get a little appetizer, some calamari.
I did eat some oysters about 10 years ago.
Oysters.
Right.
Oysters are amazing.
Yeah, oysters are cool. But yeah, the clams, the clam chowder and stuff like that. Oh, dude. No, I eat clam chowder like twice a week. So yeah.
I bet you I could live on a diet like Hauger has. I could live on a diet like he eat. Easy.
Yeah.
Pickled herring.
But
Pickled herring.
Yeah. I eat that stuff. I eat it like crazy.
Dude, you eat sardines.
Oh man.
I eat sardines.
Where's the fish steaks? Ugh.
Oh yeah, that too. I couldn't stand that either.
Fucking nasty, man.
The fish egg thing? No. I was like, nah. If it is, I ain't eating that shit.
God, that shit is freaking gross, man.
That's like snails. I'm sorry. I'm not eating.
No, I don't eat snails. No.
Hey, we used to
I draw the line there.
Yeah.
That's
We put them up under someone's bunk, up in the metal part. It was like on top of the thing. After about a day, man, their whole bed's fucking stank. Nobody knows.
I used to work in a
that dude right there. He stinks.
Oh yeah, okay. You ready? You ready, Florida?
Yeah.
You ready, Wild Bill? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. And many more.
You old bastard.
Now you're
Thanks, guys.
over the hill. Right.
Hey, Aaron DeTires, take care, buddy. Have a good night.
You take it up, Aaron?
Later, Aaron.
Aaron, don't go.
Dream well, Patriot.
Now, I sent him a text. Says, hey, man, are you alive? Let me know. I ain't even hear from him. I said, well.
See you.
What am I going to tell him if I call in a welfare check? What is he doing out there, raising chickadees?
Who's
I
that?
don't know where he lives, but I know that's where he's staying.
He said he had a turkey walk into his camp today.
Because I know the first thing they're going to do is say, "What the hell's he doing out there?" I say, "I don't know. Raising chickadees. That's all I know, sir." That was the only thing the only lie I could think of.
He's on a long-term expedition looking for Yeti in upstate New York.
But I told Aaron, I bet you that old man knows he's out there. He's been no debt. He ain't fooling him. Aaron ain't fooling him. Especially after he drug that Grand Am in there. I know he's seen them tire tracks.
Right. Somebody saw him. Yeah. There's somebody knows. There's people know he's back there or something. I just can't imagine there ain't somebody that knows he's back there. You know what I'm saying? But just don't care.
Yeah. That's what
Anybody give you anything for your birthday canoes?
It's
What's
not that
that?
they don't care. It's just he's going to be wondering who the hell is going back there. What is he doing? You know.
You get anything good for your birthday?
Nope. Got to work.
Oh.
And my family's all quarantining themselves, so I made my own birthday dinner for myself instead of going over to my mom's.
Yeah.
Well, we're here. We're here with
Yep.
you. This is your other
Got you
family.
covered, bro.
Appreciate it.
It's kind of getting weird. My mom said that like people keep asking her how she's doing and how she's making out and everything. And somebody had a funeral, but they couldn't have the funeral. And I told her, "Oh, well, they picked the wrong time to die."
Oh man, my 81-year-old mom fell and broke her arm, and she's just got out of the hospital and just got home. She had another fall. She's been having falls, and it's not good.
Oh man, that's
And she doesn't want to go to a retirement home or nothing, assisted living.
Oh.
She's stubborn.
Okay. Well. Okay. All right. Good deal.
That's awful, man.
Stubborn.
Yeah, my mother
I
says
took after her.
My mother has said for as long as I can remember that if me and my sister ever try to put her in a home, she'll come back and haunt us for the rest of our lives as a ghost.
As a ghost.
Yep.
Well, my mom keeps having these falls, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
And we don't know if we're going to come over and see her sometime, and she's going to be down there on the floor,
Right. Yeah. Man, if anybody
She's a
here
Trump supporter.
If
I got her on the Trump train.
Good deal. You got her using the silver?
Who, my mom?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, she's not. My problem is I can't go see her. She's, she's worried, about catching the woohoo. So I can't go up and see her.
Right. Really, anybody that hasn't been tested doesn't know if they have had it or not.
Well, she's in that percentile that's really vulnerable.
Yeah. 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 That's awful.
That's the big problem right there.
Because I mean, there could be more.
She broke
people
her
that
arm.
had it, you know, what do you think they got out there on the streets in California? I know they got some woohoos.
Oh, there's more people that.
They got some out there.
There's a lot of people that. There's a lot of people that have it. Way more than what they're reporting because we don't have test kits.
Right. No, if anybody that hasn't been tested, they'll never know if they have had it or not. You know, all they can do is
And I
guess.
want to ask you this question. If you thought you had the woohoo, would you
Yep.
go down and get yourself tested?
No, I don't go to, no.
A lot of people wouldn't.
No. Because that's where everybody goes with infections. You know?
Right. That's what I'm saying. They won't even let me in the VA hospital get tested. They screen you.
Right. Yeah,
I can't even get in the VA hospital.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, maybe you should listen to that pain in the ass there, Huckleberry.
And when it wasn't shit when I had, it was like a little cold. It wasn't like I had anything, really.
Fire in the goat.
And see, we haven't been like checking to see what flu we've had or none of that. You know what I mean? We've been screening, like for whatever virus. So we don't know what any of them were that we've caught in the past.
Nope.
I don't.
I haven't caught any, so I don't know what they are. I didn't catch any. 6 years now. It's great.
As soon as I get my 220 volts hooked up on my electron microscope, will be back up working again. So then I'll be able to tell y'all what it is.
Right.
We don't know what none of this shit. If somebody in prison in Rikers Island, New York, if they have it, everybody has it. Everybody's gonna get it. And
well, there is somebody at Rikers that has it. Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah.
Seems like they'd mention it.
Yep.
Because I guarantee you, every person in there is going to end up having it at one time or another. It won't take long. Because there ain't no social distance in there. You can call for social distance all you want. There ain't none.
Well, I'm not too worried about the woohoo because I'm taking my silver and I've got Jesus.
That's right.
So,
right.
if you got Jesus,
single thing different,
and doing what you could do, you don't have anything to worry about. What's the worst thing it could do? Kill you? Well, if it kills me, then I guess I'm going to be with Jesus.
Yeah.
I'm not scared of dying.
No, me neither.
I'm not going to push the issue, but I'm not scared of it.
I'm not. I haven't even worried about it. I'm trying, but I just can't.
Yeah, you feel kind of guilty because you're not worrying about it.
Yeah.
It's like everybody's telling me I'm supposed to be worrying about it. I don't know why. I'm just not.
I don't think we know what any of this shit is. We've been catching.
Yeah, this is just another bunch of bullshit, guys. It's the whole thing.
Well, we don't know a lot about it. We don't. There's a lot they're not saying. I think so.
Yeah,
Everybody's kind of coming up with these cockeyed ideas about what the woohoo is supposed to be, and then you got the Q people making it worse, and then you got the media making it worse.
yeah, big time.
Now, I think I haven't heard any Q on this except references to articles back in 2007 where they were warning against these people over there eating different meats and these some kind of something to do with the animals in that area.
Yeah, it's the big open air market.
And well, they apparently it's been happening in the area since 2007.
Yep.
That's the only thing Q that I've heard on that. There could be other stuff. I just haven't heard any.
I like what Winston Churchill said. We have nothing to fear but fear itself.
That was Roosevelt.
That's what Winston Churchill.
Was it?
Yeah. Well, didn't Winston Churchill say that?
That was Patrick Henry.
No, that was Roosevelt.
It doesn't matter. The point is, we have nothing to fear but fear itself.
Now, Churchill said, "Oh God, what was his famous quote?
We will fight on the beaches. We will fight on the shores.
Never
we will
give in. Never, 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 never
we
give
will
in.
never surrender.
We will never, never, never."
Yeah.
No, and that's the virus. The virus is the fear. That's the real virus.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the tool. That's the tool that the devil is using against us. It's not the virus. It's the tool that he's using is fear. And fear has got people paralyzed.
Fear is the mind killer.
Yep.
It paralyzes you. You either kick into fight or flight. Or total paralysis. Because a lot of animals will freeze up with fear and get paralyzed and don't know, and if it's not that, then they fight. If the animal doesn't fight, then it stays still and gets eaten.
Yep.
That's why I'm still going out and doing shit, and I'm not making it a point to go around crowds or anything, but if I need to go to 7-Eleven and pick something up, I will. I'm not going to be wearing a mask or gloves or anything. I'm just going to go do what I got to do.
Yep. Me too. You got that right.
I think the worst thing that you can do.
Anyways, man, I got metal all over it. It's all over it.
Well, I think one of the worst things that you could do is probably walking in a store where people have sneezed and everything. Go back to your house and track it in your house.
Right.
So keep a little bottle of Lysol at the door, and just kind of squirt the bottoms of your shoes with the Lysol. That would be a good idea. I do that, actually. And that's only if I go somewhere like to the store or something where I've been walking around. I went to Cabela's the other day, and there were people that looked like, they were coughing and shit,
Yep.
And when I got home, I just broke out the Lysol, squirted the bottom of my shoes, real quick squirt, and that was it. Got her done and didn't worry about it because supposedly this coronavirus animals can catch it. And that's mainly why I did it, because I'm kind of worried about my dogs. If I track something in, they're down there on the floor where I just walked.
Yep. Yeah.
So
that's where you've been touching there the most. Everywhere you step.
Well, somebody will sneeze or something on the floor and not cover their mouth or whatever, I'm kind of more concerned about that. But there's nobody out even walking their dogs. Nobody's walking by my house. It's like
Florida
a ghost
state
town.
border checkpoints have begun.
There
Where?
was people on the way to my mom's. There was these people that had their lawn chairs set up, and they were out in the yard. But they weren't out, like at the pretty part of the yard. They were out by the road watching the cars go by.
You could have a job like this guy.
I would have that job. I would just hold that sign a little bit lower.
Doesn't look like it does. Confirmed cases is almost meaningless metric.
It'd be like the popcorn trick with the hole in the bottom of the popcorn bucket. That's a good idea, man.
Unless I was somewhere where there was a lot of people,
I know I'm gonna be Halloween.
I wouldn't worry about it. But that's it.
They
and I
got
do
free hand sanitizer. Who wants some? You gotta pull the handle.
Well,
ain't no coming out. Just keep going.
Right.
Maybe it's broke. Keep going.
I got in the habit of keeping my hands clean when I was working at the hospital.
Yeah, I bet.
Because you're touching stuff. Working up there at the VA hospital, you don't know. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff up there. But I'll tell you, hospitals are probably cleaner than your house is. As far as germs go, because they have crews of people that go through and do the floors. I actually worked on a floor crew, and we use disinfectant stuff on the floors. We disinfect all the door handles and everything. Everything's disinfected. We got a machine called a Saber, and the Saber it emits a UV light, and you put it in the hospital room after you've had somebody that was highly contagious, because the nurses station, they put up a sign there that says whichever room, whatever the contagion is. So a lot of it was MRSA. We had a lot of MRSA in there, and a lot of MRSA. Man, everybody's got MRSA, but some people don't. It's not active in their system. That's all. And we'd put that Saber in there. And what?
That'll leave holes in you. I've seen it.
The Saber?
No, the MRSA.
Oh yeah. Well, it leaves. It causes pus infections on your body. So, and then you'll have like weeping sores and pus coming out and stuff. It can be all different levels of MRSA. Some MRSA. There was a guy that came in that had both his legs cut off because of MRSA.
Yeah.
He lost both his legs
right away, man. And let them get antibiotics to you.
He was just up in the mountains and got a scratch. Didn't think anything of it. Wow. And that's how it all began.
Wow.
And little by little, it just started taking him. And he lost both his legs. He was in a wheelchair. I helped that guy out a lot, too. I pushed him up and down the freaking corridors up there. I mean, they got these tunnels at the VA that are like a mile long. I think they're a good mile. And I'd push him up through those tunnels and stuff up the hill. And, oh, man.
You know what I wanted to do at one time was get a stainless steel cart and get a couple of good coffee makers and have cups and stuff on the top or whatever, and just go around giving away coffee at the VA. Many times I thought about that, like getting a cart, how would I set it up where people could just get their coffee and sugar and creamer if they want it, and Just give it away. That would be cool. That'd be something I'd like to volunteer to do. You know, if I could think of one thing to do to like volunteer, it would be that. I'm pretty sure.
Wiz, you're awful quiet.
Yeah, I just remembered I got to make some notes on my contact list here. Yeah, the people I bought the chickens and rabbits from today, veteran couple. They're both veterans. She's U.S. Navy veteran, and he's Army. Great people. I was really impressed. They're putting their stuff on. I mean, they're damn near off the grid, except they still get power. They still get electricity. But they got the farm going on pretty cool. And they're the ones that sold me the chickens and rabbits.
So did you buy your solar panels new?
Yeah. Why?
Think there are some people that have some used ones for sale, or would that not be a good idea?
Good luck. If you find them used for sale, you're not going to get a deal on them. Especially not right now. I don't know that you'll find them used at all. I mean, I'm sure there's somebody's got some sitting in a warehouse or a garage or something like that, maybe, that they'd be willing to sell, but it'd be, you know, if you can find a deal on it, you know, buy it. But I'm telling you what, you can buy a 100-watt panel for $75. Okay, so you get 10 panels. You're talking about a kilowatt for $750. Okay.
1 kilowatt per hour? Is that what you mean?
Do what?
When you say it's a kilowatt, is that what how much power it'll generate? Is a kilowatt?
Yes. Kilowatt.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, the panels that I'm talking about are 12-volt panels. They're 100-watt panels, so that, you know, they're about 8 amps. Okay. Even your cheap controllers, and I'm doing it. I have one of those $30 100-amp charge controllers, MPPT, and only like $30. You know, 4 of the batteries is about $400. You know, the inverters are about $100 for a nice 2K, and yeah, you're talking the whole thing setting you up. I'm only running 8 of those panels and it does fine on the 4 batteries. What I'm finding out is basically if you've got 4 batteries, you need 800 watts of panels at least. Okay, so whatever you've got, what I'm finding out that if you have, you know, 400 amps of battery storage, you need 800 watts. You're going to want 800, at least 800 watts of intake to charge them up in a decent amount of time.
That's like somebody's right outside.
Do what? Say what?
Sounds like somebody's right outside. Whoever's in the background over there.
That's my brother's dog. My brother's dog barking.
Yeah, it's not my dog.
Sounds like it's right there, man. Right on the other side of the wall, right outside.
Oh, really? That's weird. Because Ranger's here. He's not barking. You know.
I got this speaker up there on the wall. That black one.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
News painting.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that if I ever finish it. I'll finish it sometime. It's got stereo. It makes it sound like it's right there.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, that's cool. But yeah.
Now this one here now. This is the one that pumps.
Right, right.
That's the one right there.
So
Now,
what are you? What were you like gonna get some solar panels or something? Did you find somebody that had some used ones?
I'm just doing a mock-up in my mind. That's all.
No. Yeah, if you can find them for less than, you know, if you can find them for less than 75 cents a watt, basically, you can find them for less than 75 cents a watt, then, it's a good deal.
See, I was into this off-grid way before all these people started prepping.
You were what?
Because that was my goal was to get something completely off way long before people prepping for doomsday. I was already in that debt.
Okay, grow.
Am I not coming through?
It kind of messed up. Carpenter Patriot,
Maybe
come
I
on
need to
up.
back out of here.
Yeah. Jack starts his home studies tomorrow. And you're the teacher? Oh, man. Come on up. Talk to us, bro. Right. How to restring the fishing poles, right? Absolutely. Grab a link, Carpenter. Come on up, brother. Yeah. But yeah, this is no, man. I just I'm glad I got done what I got done. I should be a lot further than I am, but I guess I'm a lot further than a lot of people are. So rock and roll, brother.
What are you guys doing?
Just trying to make sense of the crazy bullshit going on.
Yeah, we got a sack, a grocery bag full of school studies for him. While he's off.
Carpenter Patriot, what's up?
Oh, not
Yeah.
much. So but I'm the teacher, so we're gonna be a lot of field trips.
Right. A lot of nature biology, right?
Yeah, should have fucking known better to put me in charge.
Right. A little bit of weapons and chemistry with the gunpowder and
oh yeah,
physics with the weapons.
The dry vision thrower out. Turkey season's just around the corner. He's got all kinds of stuff to do.
Right. He's got to study nature, right?
Yeah. Well, I wanted to learn something that's actually practical.
Exactly.
Social distancing and self-isolation just ain't cutting
it. Yeah.
Who the fuck come up with that shit? Social
they can do
distancing.
that later when they get old like us.
Well, Carpenter, aren't you like the consummate isolationist?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's really not that big a deal for me, but now I find myself actually going into town and looking for stuff to do just to show them that I'm not fucking going along with this nonsense. Because in the state of Minnesota, we've got a whopping, 700 cases, and we've got 8 million people in this state. Whopping 700 cases, and I think gotta have 5 or 6 people died from it. About a little bit less than the normal flu.
I think they said 3 people in our county had it, but that was a couple days ago.
Yeah, you guys, I'm sure it's a bad flu or whatever.
Dude, guys, wait a minute.
Can't be scared.
Right. Don't be scared because guess what? These numbers are not just COVID-19. They're all
Well,
cold.
I've been hearing. Anybody else been hearing any of the rumors about them starting to dump in all virus, all
They
flu?
are all
They're starting to lump them in with
corona-based
the
virus.
coronavirus.
All corona-based, all flus and colds we've ever had in this country are corona-based viruses.
Yeah, so they're starting to throw them in that. And what else were they? They're pulling some other stunts. Oh, how that first test that they were going to give out was like they said like it was 80% positive. Didn't matter whether you had it or not. 80% of the tests they were going to give out were positive. That's why they were screaming at the beginning, we need testing, we need testing. Well, now they have actual testing. Now they're finding out tons and tons and shitloads of people have this.
Yeah.
And most people don't even know they had it. And the ones that have, okay, another thing, they're talking about all these hospital beds, but everybody I see on the internet is talking about going to hospitals and they're like, nobody there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so all these people, they're saying we have 10,000 cases, but how many are hospitalized? And then you find out that like just
nearly none.
Almost none. Well, people with the normal, what when you ever go into a visit somebody in an old folks home, or like I had a cousin that had a transplant, a kidney transplant, and you have to wear a mask when you go in there and stuff. You ever been in a situation like that where you went to visit somebody that was sick and you had to wear a mask because they had an underlying health condition, and if you had a virus, you could make them really sick. Them are the only ones that are dying from it.
Right.
Like always.
Yeah.
Like always happens,
With the immune deficiency syndromes.
Yeah, like heart problems and severe respiratory problems and circulation problems and immune deficiency. The ones with, most of them are saying having multiple underlying conditions.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This immune deficiency stuff has basically been diet and drug induced for a lot of these people.
Yeah.
They don't even realize.
I think you got to watch. I mean, it's flu season around here, so we're used to it. I just ain't falling for none of it. It's all falling apart. Okay, we don't have any respirators. That fucking piece of shit orange man, bad, love Trump's hate shit. And come to find out, they got what 20,000 of them fuckers. He's got stuck away in some
fucking
storage unit somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean,
they hid
300,000 fucking masks. Is like what? What's okay?
Well, even Trump was saying something about, well, somebody's getting in trouble for that.
Yeah, well, I would
somebody's
think so.
Getting in trouble for this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're gonna have the people looking at that because somebody's getting in trouble for this.
Well, he said when Barr come on there and said that if you're hoarding anything, he wasn't talking about toilet paper.
Mm-hmm.
If you're hoarding anything and it's national security, we're gonna come looking for you. Boy, they started calling him, I guess, the next day. Well, we got X amount of masks and respirators. There's like 5,000 people hospitalized with the flu right now.
Right.
There was 50,000 last year at one time. There was 50,000 people in this country at one time. They didn't die, but at one time hospitalized with the flu last year.
I remember when Obama was in office, they're like, this one's going to be a bad one. Everybody needs to get their vaccines. Come on, get your vaccines. Go get your vaccine.
That's another little thing I heard that they gave out that flu vaccine, and what it did was it
gave people the fucking flu.
Yeah, it gave them the flu. Okay, their system, apparently when they give them a vaccine, it's a low dose of the flu, and it triggers your immune system to fight that flu, so that flu comes later. It kind of makes you immune to it. Okay, but what it did was now their system's set up to fight this one flu. This flu came along and it makes it way worse on them because it's a little bit. And then that COVID-19 is some special. It is not, you guys. I looked it up. It's COVID-19 is corona. Co is corona. BI is virus. D is date of first known thing, whatever, and that was 2019, and that's where the 19 comes from.
Yep.
So that's what COVID-19 is the coronavirus that they first saw, this strain of a coronavirus that they first saw in 2019. Like coronavirus 2?
Yep.
And all the other, I mean, what the hell? What's going on?
like Spanish flu, like malaria,
And
like all that.
30,000. They sent 30,000 troops on a mock or whatever they said. One of them military games over in Italy. But what was conspicuously absent was any protection equipment. No hazmat suits, no nothing with them.
That's mine, Wild Bill.
What is that?
Oh, really?
Yeah, they sent them over there. I don't think they're not. Then they went live. They said, "What do they mean live?" It was supposed to be what do they call that when you go and that was supposed to be an exercise, a military exercise, but it went live. And I don't know what that means. Are they over in Italy rounded up the Khazarians?
That's my guitar amp.
I'm not sure what I don't know. I haven't heard anything about that.
Yeah, you got to see it. It's on Amazing Polly has it on there.
Is what, Carpenter?
Amazing Polly talks about it.
Okay.
She's just a super. She's one of those really investigative, real life, no joke, investigative reporter. A real one.
Right.
And she investigated it, and I don't know. So I don't know. There's just some really shady stuff going on. Everything just points that it's nonsense.
This is a rock for Fozzie. This come out of a car right there.
Right.
I need another amp though. I got a amp inside. I put it in there, but it's not really that. It's okay, but
yeah, now then you turn around and you get. See, the thing is, man, he's going to come out with this cure. You watch. Yeah. It's going to get rid of all corona-based virus.
I seen a bunch more comments about like our theory that are they exposing the cure for the common cold that they've had for 50 some years?
The X-Pack and the malaria.
Yeah. And it come to find out it's actually the cure for the common cold.
Yep.
Is that what I see that I see that posted in a lot of places where
he's got the FDA fast tracking it right now. He should know something by the 1st of April.
Yeah.
Remember what I said? I bet he comes out with it. It's going to be kind of weird that he comes out on April Fools. He's going to be made fun of, but that's when it's going to come out that they're
going to make fun of him, and it's going to be real. Yep. Just like Obama when he said they were wiretapping him, and then they don't wiretap. Well, no, you know what he meant by wiretapping him.
Right.
I know they got different. You don't actually hook two wires together to your phone line like they used to. We're not stupid. We know. Everybody knew what he meant. But they'll come out and they'll make a fool of themselves, and they'll get proved wrong again.
Right. So I just see that happening very soon.
Yeah.
I just
When is April? Wednesday.
Next Wednesday. Yeah.
Yeah. 2 days.
It is surreal. It shows you the power of the media.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
Shows you the power. They are at the center of all of our confusion.
The chaos.
It was kind of how, right from the beginning, I caught a lot of hell because I didn't go along with none of it, even from, people around here. Not even on the internet, just in life. I caught a lot of hell over that. Well, I mean, the CDC, the World Health Organization, the UN, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
The MSM pushes it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
They're all in it, dude. They're all on it.
Yeah, these places have been lying to us forever, but now that's kind of what tipped me off. These.
Trump's out there saying, "Well, it ain't gonna happen no more, not on my watch."
Well, I wonder what he means by that too. He said that. About we got to put an end to this so that it doesn't ever happen again.
Yes.
He speaks. A lot of what he says has more meaning than what they. It isn't quite as simple as what they say.
I believe you're right there, Caduce and Carpenter. I mean, I believe you're right.
He says little stuff like the invisible enemy. Well, anybody there's a really good.
He said that twice. He called it an invisible enemy. Yes, could have said that twice.
Yeah, look up. What's his name?
Yep.
David Wilcox.
Yep.
and it's
I
a
even told my
5.5
mom I
hour
could see
one, and he
invisible enemy. Yeah.
Yep, he tracks it back.
I saw
to
that.
in the 40s and 50s.
That same
He
day
tracks
he
it
made
back to when Eisenhower told the people down there at the military base in Area 51 that either you let me in there, I'm going to send the First Army in. He tracks it back to that point right there. And then he brings it from there and he brings it up and how this has been, the plan isn't nothing new. This plan, everybody says it started like 16 years ago. It started.
Yeah, I believe that.
Started 60 or 65 years ago.
Well, I think it's actually the first. I think it was their first attempt to do this was the Spanish flu, and that was 1812. Well, guess what?
Yeah, he brought that up again. Yeah, he brought that up again.
Yup. Yep.
So maybe a guy should just go fishing. I can't do much out on the lake. I can't believe I'd get in the way.
Our 1912, in 1913 is when they brought in the Fed.
Yeah, was it? Yeah, and what is it? When was the Spanish flu? 1917?
Oh, 1912.
1912.
Yeah, 1912, 1913. And that's when they brought in the Spanish, they brought in the Fed and all the Social Security, income taxes, and all the bullshit.
Do you think he's really collapsing the Fed?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure of that too.
I know so.
Someone says he's got about $80 trillion worth of stolen gold back already.
Yeah. He's got all the gold from the New York Federal Reserve and the Fort Knox holdings. That's all been recovered. They were running it to New Zealand, dude. He caught it.
Well, I told everybody that in order to get the Fed back and to take the money away from the Fed like they did, they had to protect the wealth that the average person has. Whatever you have in the bank, whatever you have for cars, whatever you have for dollars in your wallet, they have to protect that. It isn't just everything's just gonna go to nothing like Venezuela.
You heard him tonight when he was standing up there and he said that the loans for these small businesses, it's available for them. Go in there, take care of it, do it locally, and these loans will be forgiven when the first payment is due.
That's the only thing that would make sense. Like when they were first bringing up these low interest, no interest loans, I thought that's immaterial.
That comes straight out of the Fed, dude.
Yeah, because zero loans. If you put that loan burden onto a business, if they haven't operated for 6 weeks or whatever, and you just dump another loan debt on them, you ain't helping. I don't give a shit if it's no interest. If it's dollar for dollar, it doesn't mean nothing.
Right, but he's saying go get these loans, and when the first payment is due, it is forgiven.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Now that would make a difference.
The loans will be forgiven when the first payment comes due.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
My Halloween costume, I found a dispenser for my hand sanitizer.
But it doesn't. Guys like me, we don't have a bank.
But you know what? That's what I'm wondering too. Like, I've spent my whole life and I've killed myself being debt free, and I only accomplished that, you guys, maybe 6-8 years ago. Now what? So, because I don't carry no debt load,
I'm gonna be a hand sanitizer bottle for Halloween, man. That's my new costume. I'm telling you, man. But look at this shit here. This is like a water inlet valve or something. But don't that look a little bit suspicious? I mean, dang. Who the hell made that now? That's what I want to know. It must have been sitting there like this and they carved it out by hand.
That's the way we'll do it.
It's like a stencil.
Hey, Winnie Van Poostine.
Cool.
What's up? Yeah. But no, Carpenter, you're right there on it. Like we're talking about. The This stuff is not. It's just
Connects
it's
to a water
not
pump.
what the media wants to make out of it.
Connects to a water pump. Yep.
And all these people that are scamming and corrupt are getting exposed.
That's
They're all
about time.
exposed. And they're doing it under a federal emergency, a National Federal Emergency Act situation.
Whole costume right there.
Yeah,
Dude,
that kind of really put it out in the face about where we stand, don't it? They could give a shit less.
Because guess what? These violations, they don't go to district courts. They go to federal or military tribunals.
Yeah, I heard most of it's going to military.
Correct. And there's no cameras. There's no reporters in those courts.
No, and there's not that. Like, you don't have the rights that you have.
Yeah,
in a civilian court.
Yeah, you don't get the attorney that's going to,
No, if they've got like overwhelming evidence that you're guilty, it's like fucking 20 minutes.
Right. Okay.
Come on in, have a seat. See ya.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh no, where'd Canoe go?
He probably just fell off the wagon. He'll be back. He'll be back in a few. He's probably got to put his phone in the fridge.
Made me wonder about that spending thing too. That $2 to $6 trillion. Did he sign that because he knew it wasn't going to matter anyway?
Yeah.
He just forgive it or whatever.
Yeah. He had to pass it. He had to pass it.
He's already got. See, the thing about and everybody was worried about this stuff about the money going to a Planned Parenthood. He's already got a directive, executive order in place restricting any money going to Planned Parenthood. So it doesn't matter what they put in a bill; it's not going to Planned Parenthood. It always gets held.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's not going to be any of that bullshit.
I've always thought that was a good place to start with that Planned Parenthood was defunding it publicly.
Right.
You can have your anybody can have their opinions on it, and they're valid opinions. Everybody's entitled to it. But the way, if you want to stop it, there's just too many people. Shouldn't use tax dollars for it.
Right, and they were wanting to throw $60 billion at them.
Well, you know what that
I'm trying to understand something. I'm trying to figure out something. What you're talking about the business loans? You're saying you could take out a business loan and not have to pay it back, or what?
If you're an operational business and you are having to cover your current payroll or expenditures,
okay.
Like rents, mortgages, stuff like that, your operational costs without being able to operate, you go to the bank, you get a loan to cover those conditions, pay your people, and when the first payment comes due, that loan will be forgiven.
Well, that would be the only way that would really, if you wanted to help the small business, that would be the only way to really save them.
Yeah.
Because I suppose there's some businesses that are doing okay enough that they would survive having to be forced, even at no interest, having to be forced to take out some loan to cover this. They might survive it. But there's a shitload that aren't gonna. Like, good example is where I duck hunt. We got this little, I don't know, that place has been there 30 years. It's just a little mom and pop restaurant. You go sit in. It's got the booth style seats, really good breakfast.
Right.
And they're shut down. Well, I mean, I don't know how much they're, maybe they're in a little better shape than normal people because they've been around so long. They might own the building. I don't know how they are set up. But a lot of businesses like that, little ones, aren't going to survive.
Right. Especially if they're in the corporate entities.
Yeah, you ain't gonna come back from that.
No.
Building rentals and rental payments and insurance payments and all the.
I don't know. You have to understand these small business owners are ravages, man. Some of them are really ravaging. Okay. And I mean, they're vicious, like, all that stuff because they've been put through the ringer and they're like, screw this. Watch this.
I hope so.
They'll do 2 210s and they'll do 1090s. You know what I'm saying? Which are basically the loan financing stuff for business and stuff, right? And then they'll just ask for extensions on payback when the date comes. They'll extend their taxes till indefinites. You know what I'm saying? And they go from extension to extension to extension. And yeah, on purpose.
Well, they're talking too about this federal, the two merging of the federal banks and the Federal Reserve, that it might do away with income tax and property tax.
Well, yes, if they get rid of the Federal Reserve, there will be no IRS because the IRS is operated specifically through the Federal Reserve.
Yeah,
I heard from some pretty reliable sources that the Federal Reserve is gone.
Right. And debt forgiveness will be done too. Tax debt forgiveness, all that stuff. That's all.
Well, you guys, he said that one time when he first started running for office in one of his speeches. He said, when the American people realize how rich they are, they have no idea.
How much they've been ripped off. Yep.
Yeah, that they have no idea. Well, I mean, I don't know.
Well, I can tell you
Are
this.
they going to go back and give us our taxes back? Because think about it, $80 trillion. Supposedly, he's got $80 trillion.
I lost track of the number of times that he mentioned restoring the republic. I can't even count the number of times he said we need to restore the republic.
So then pretty much what he's doing right now is literally just a movie. It's just a show. It's just get some popcorn and watch.
Right. It's addressing their concerns and making them look like shit and letting them expose themselves in their own corruption.
And pray for his safety. That's all we can do.
Yep.
Maybe
we have to hit a critical number. Maybe they're just fighting to get to that critical number where
it's going to be happening. It's going to be clear by Easter. I got that feeling from while he was speaking tonight or today. It's going to be cleared up by Easter. He's going to announce this success in these trials.
Hey, we've seen in these little press conferences he has daily, we've seen a little taste of what he's like when he's pissed. And boy, I'll bet you, if he's like that in front of the camera, you imagine what that fucker's like when he's got you and you're working for him and you done screwed up.
Right.
Can you imagine what he's like sitting in his office? Yeah, Carpenter, come here. I want to talk to you for a minute. I bet he'd just chew my ass up one side and down the other.
Could you imagine
the conversation he had with John? If you tell him, he'll listen.
What's that?
If you screwed up and you told him, and you told him the truth, he'd listen. He'd give you the chance.
Oh, I think he would.
Can you imagine the conversation he had with John Bolton when he fired him? I guess.
I do, Huck. I believe it's a legit thing.
You slimy piece of fucking warhawk motherfucker.
Oh, I can just imagine it.
And I
just remember
all the way back
Romney.
To top.
Oh, and Romney too. He's a nasty one.
Romney walking.
Yep.
He was walking out of his office with his head hanging down.
Yep.
When I heard that, gosh, what's his name?
Trump hit him so hard that the church smacked him.
What's that blonde lady's name that does some of the press conference sometimes? The older lady, she's sheesh, man, I gotta remember her name. Gosh, man.
You're talking about the one that looks like a gargoyle?
She's married to an Asian
blonde
guy.
chick, right? The blonde chick.
Yeah, Kay.
What's her name? Her husband is a big left winger.
Yeah, he's an Asian guy.
What's her name?
Kelly Conway.
Conway.
She's
Kellyanne Conway.
Mm-hmm.
Kellyanne Conway. Yeah.
She gave a press conference. It had to have been over a year ago.
Oh yeah.
She said
There's
top twice in one morning. And that's
What'd she say?
when something inside me I was like, what? because back then Q was, not really giving. Well, he was giving Q proofs, but people were challenging him. Q.
Yeah.
And somehow they said something about this phrase "tippy top." And sure as shit, man, the next morning, dude, it just out of the blue, she said it twice.
TikTok.
Yeah.
No, not
No,
that.
tippy
Not that.
top.
Yeah,
I
that's
remember
another
that.
one, but it wasn't that. It wasn't that.
What about the when he was on the balcony with the white rabbit?
I didn't see that either. No.
Yeah, him and his wife were on the balcony, and they had the white rabbit standing beside him.
Wow.
Well, with the Easter thing, yeah.
I seen him do the Q sign. I seen him do it the other day. The same day he
Did you
said
guys
it,
see the path that the
twice.
boats, the two ships that floated into New York and California? Did you see the paths they took? You can track a flight. They can track these boat ships. And when they tracked these boat ships, both of them made a queue before they went into dock.
Huh. See, I'm telling you, man. I felt like the Patriots were running this shit now.
Yeah, they
I'm
are.
gonna let them handle it. They got it. They, I believe. Call me crazy, but I believe.
I'm telling you, the military.
Yeah, I can
the
feel
military and the Oath Keepers and the CSPOA.
Yeah, I can feel it in my soul. They are patriots.
These guys. I'm telling you guys, they're the Patriots are in control of this.
Yeah.
Well, you guys, not everybody's greedy like them. Most people are really. We are like the majority. That you want your money to survive, and you like your money for your new this or that or whatever your things are. But we're not really a greedy people.
No, and our Patriots
certainly
honest
would never ruin somebody else's life so that you would have.
You know what 12 or 20 years of war will do to a society? It creates a whole lot of mean motherfuckers that are hell bent on putting their life on the line for the country they love.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Let me tell you that, and you just let that sink in. There's a whole bunch of us out there. A whole bunch of us doing shit out there. But you ain't going to see what they do. You ain't going to hear about what they do. Because that doesn't fit the agenda of the fear that they put out there on the everyday person in the street.
Yep.
Okay? I keep telling you guys.
Worried.
Nothing to worry about when it comes to the military.
Look up Amazing Polly shows they tracked the boats when they went in, and they made a queue just before they went into dock. Giant queue. It's on because the radar picks it up and it tracks them. And they made a big why would they go there, make a big circle with a line through it like a queue, and then turn around and go back into shore like that? There's no reason for that.
Do you remember when the bikers rode up on Washington to show Trump their support?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember when the guys rode in from New Mexico? All those cowboys rode in on their horses into the Capitol.
Yeah,
I kind of do.
Okay, what he's saying there is a whole lot of people that are basically armies ready to freaking fight if need be.
Oh yeah.
And we're not talking about fighting some other country.
No.
I'm not kidding. I love it when you guys start talking about this stuff, but
yeah, it's just when does it become mathematically impossible? We're at that point where it's it's long ago been. It's not coincidence. These aren't coincidences. These little.
Yeah.
You can't have that many. There just can't.
There's no way.
Impossible.
It's just
Yeah.
The The Democrats don't have shit compared to what you saw ride in on motorcycles into Washington. They don't have shit.
Yep.
It's a fact. They have never turned out rally with hundreds of thousands of people outside of the arena during a rally. They're outside. They couldn't even get in.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something.
This is the biggest. Go ahead.
Do you remember the thing with Virginia?
Yep.
They had a militia fully armed, 40,000 militia sitting on their doorstep. 40,000 army of 40,000 patriots. Every one of them armed.
Just call that a calling card. That's a calling card, and then puppies saw it, and they know what they saw.
Yo. It was like, oh shit. What are they going to do with 40,000 armed people in the streets? Nothing.
What are they going to do with all the people in California that never turned their shit into Gavin Newsom? Do you think those people all of a sudden just said, oh, I'm going to put my AK-47, just hand it over to Newsom? That didn't happen. And it ain't going to happen. And their freaking drum magazines and everything else, that didn't happen. And it ain't going to happen.
And a well-regulated militia, 20 years of war will build that.
Yep.
Yo.
Well, they were talking about that Newsom thing when he was pulling that shit on Virginia, or whoever that guy is. I don't know his name. Is that his name, Newsom?
Northam.
North, whatever his name is. I don't know what he is. But they were talking about they're going to get they're hiring a 12-man disarming. Well, how long would that last, you guys? 12-man? Are you serious?
A 12-man team?
Yeah, to go and do gun confiscations. You know, wouldn't be long they'd be getting a call, you know. Hey, we're trying to get a hold of Operation X and we're not getting a response. You know, you go out there and they're all gone.
Right.
You know.
That's too funny.
Yeah. Well, they talked about it, how if they took the entire militia from West Virginia, or the National Guard, and all the police forces, state, federal, local, everything, and you'd have to have 100%. You'd have to have 100% to go along with it. Still wasn't enough to make a dent.
Yeah.
You know, it just isn't enough people there for the amount of citizens that are. Our Second Amendment saved us again.
They got 1,200. They got 1,200 federal officers in Virginia, and enough for 40,000.
Yeah, that was just what showed up.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you seen how many videos are out there of Antifa getting their asses handed to them?
Oh, I love the one where the guy knocks the guy out.
Oh yeah,
and his buddies pick him up, and his legs and shit are still stiff.
Dude,
they literally drug him away.
It was happening all the time. It happened up in Berkeley too.
You should check out the fight compilations, man.
It's one of the latest ones, Huckleberry. If you go there, if you go to Amazing Polly, it's a couple of her most recent ones. She has a really good one that explains the guy that operated the World Health Organization, this Fauci, and that Blinky McBlinkelstein lady that always gets up there and talks. She got up there and talked today. It explains those three people and their backgrounds. Those people, I think them two have been split, is the only thing I can figure. Because they're New World Order all the way. They're one world government. They were in deep. That Fauci and that little guy.
Yeah. Little guy.
Yeah, and that chick too, that whatever that lady is.
Poor little guy.
Yeah.
She's well, isn't she like FEMA?
Yeah, I think she has something. Yeah, she has quite a history. If you go back and look at her, a history of liberal activism. So does Fauci, though, too.
Yeah.
So they both have a serious history of, like, in with the Bushes, then in with the Clintons. You know,
But they ain't in
buddies.
charge, dude.
Well,
They're not
that's
in
all
charge.
you know. They've been
They're
playing the
only
game since
advisors.
then. So
They're
that's
only
all you know.
advisors.
They're in
They're
on it. You know, they're in on the big scam.
I suppose, they pulled out, like, the one guy says on Blessed to Teach You, or whatever that is, what is it? Truth
Every
and
one
Arts or
of them are
whatever.
getting rich off of us. We have
Yeah.
no representation besides
Yeah.
Trump right
Yeah.
now. They're not representing us, man. Nobody is.
Nobody.
Oh, and he's showing that too. I mean, just showing it.
Maybe a few.
Just,
There you got a few. I think DeSantis down here is doing good.
He's letting them expose themselves.
But Rick Scott, Pam Bondi, they're pieces of shit. They come down here and they did all these fucking laws with pill mills. Remember that? Remember pill mill?
No.
You ever heard that phrase?
No.
Pill mill? That's who started it.
What are
They
you
come in
talking
here
about?
and they fucked it all up.
I don't know about Pill Mill.
The addicts went up.
Oh.
It went up.
Okay.
Nothing slowed down. It sped up.
I get what you're saying now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
Big scam.
I would like to know, for all the people that were getting hooked on opioids that were being prescribed, I'm wondering where they're getting the freaking opium to make this stuff and who the pharmaceuticals are, because they need to be held accountable for what country is growing it?
CIA, Afghanistan.
Every
Hello.
Well, they're saying they're fighting that cure that me and that, what is that, hydrochloroquine or whatever it is, hydroxychloroquine. They're fighting that because the average cost out of pocket, this is how much you'd have to pay to go buy it out of your pocket. If you don't have any insurance, you got to go pay cash. It's about a $20 treatment.
Yo, battery.
So how are they going to make money off $20?
Right. Exactly.
Shit, they made more money. They made more money off me last year deer hunting, trying to stay sitting up in a tree stand in one trip to the drugstore than they did. The pharmas, the whatever.
The only way they can stop people from getting pain pills is that they put a lock on that pharmacy door.
I mean,
every pill I ever took came from that one or the other one. Every one of them.
From my perspective, I think Afghanistan, a large part, there's two reasons we were there, and one was for the lithium that they're making batteries with, because we couldn't get the lithium out of down in Bolivia, so we had to get it from Afghanistan, and that's the reason why the Russians invaded. They wanted the lithium and the opium. It's the biggest opium growing industry in the world.
Yeah, I heard that.
So that's what it was all about. That's what Afghanistan was about. Why? And it was us, not, we were trying to beat the Russians to the punch, and we trained the Afghans to be able to fight the Russians, and they ran them out of the country, of course, and then we came in and did the same thing the Russians did.
Yep. I heard too that MSM's been pushing videos from other countries about what it's like here, and they're getting caught at it.
Oh, really?
They're taking Italian videos, or I don't know if they're from Italy. I don't know where they were from, but videos from other countries saying that, well, that's what's going on here. Well, and then I hear all these people that are working in the New York hospitals and this and that are saying there's nobody at these hospitals, these places. I mean, whole entire hospital beds are all empty.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, these tests are coming back positive, but these people are not being hospitalized.
Well,
Did you
no,
see-
just that's what happens. How many times you guys? I've only like I went one time for walking pneumonia here years. The only time in my life, speaking of the devil, the only time in my life I ever took a flu shot. I only did it one time in my life. It's the only time in my life I ever had pneumonia.
Yep.
Well, I want to
Second
know how
time.
these
I had
people
one
even
after
know they're dead.
surgery, but that was different.
Carpenter. I don't
What?
even know how they know they even got coronavirus if we don't have test kits.
Yeah.
Well, they said that 86%, 86 to 92% of people that'll get coronavirus don't even know they've had it.
Yeah. Dude, my mom took a cruise and she had a cold when she come back.
Well, like
And
I said,
thought,
they're counting every cold and flu as a corona now.
Well, I think Wiz is right that they're because they are all corona-based viruses.
yeah. And
They
nobody's
count
been
them.
testing for it anyways. Who the hell's been testing for it up till now anyways?
Yep, exactly.
So that's just how it is. I think.
But if there's no test kits,
Yeah, we
there's
don't
no
know what
test
any
kit.
of this shit is we've been catching.
We don't know if anybody's got the coronavirus or if they don't.
It could
We don't
be
know.
Well, they got one. I mean, they got one now. They've had one now for a week or 10 days or something, haven't they?
You could have the two-stroke 9000. Like the Kawasaki. Just wait till that one comes out. The Kawasaki.
And now all over the internet, now the big push is on about calling it the China flu and the Wuhan flu and the Kung flu and
Yeah, I
now the big that's what the big push is on. You can kind of tell what they're doing. It's like, they said that these people have been doing this for centuries, but they've been doing the same thing for centuries. Only difference is now we all know about it, and it's like the internet. Like right now, look who I'm talking to: a guy in Florida, a guy in Missouri, and a guy in Nevada. Because that's where you're from, right, Ghost?
There's not too many people.
Utah.
Utah. So
like
I'm talking to guys
I'm in Utah
right now, all over the country, sitting here with my feet up.
Right.
I think the main thing people need to know is the news is not the news anymore. And if you're seeking to find out some news so you can inform yourself, that's not the way to do it.
Nope, it certainly isn't.
You have to.
Here's the deal.
That's all it takes is every
not
single
sending out
person to
reporters.
realize that's not what it is that we're watching. That's all. As long as everybody
But they're not
knows
sending out reporters.
Well, that's exactly. It's like I was telling you about that amazing Polly. She just works out of her house, but all she is an old school investigative reporter.
Yeah.
Like they used to be years ago when they.
Yeah.
That's
That's what I said to my mom. Because the newspapers, the local news in Jacksonville, they don't tell you shit. The newspaper, nothing. They don't tell you shit. Nothing.
No.
Best news is right here. Right here. Right here. You get right here. You get on this channel right here, or another channel. I know it's not a news channel, but the best news is being able to communicate with each other.
Yep.
Because we aren't getting news. They do not send reporters out. That's what they call the AP News, American Press. And what they have is a slot bucket of news that these different so-called news agencies, they pay money to the AP, to AP News, and there's some other ones, and you know what they are. And that's why you go from channel to channel. It doesn't matter if it's Fox, MS, or ABC or NBC. It doesn't matter which news you get it from. You're going to hear them saying the same things.
Right.
Because they're all coming out of one bucket.
And
it all comes out of one bucket.
It's all
them little montages they put on where they show them doing that.
Fox is the worst ones, man. They'll say all day long. They'll say one thing that happened. Fox News alert. There's a such and such that pulls over to such and such all day, all day. And then later on in the evening, there's a thing that pulled up over to such and such. Let's ask such and such his opinion about it. Then they'll go on about whatever. And the whole time they're not even talking about the thing that they brought up, which they've been mentioning all day. Or they'll say, well, we've got Giuliani. You got 20 seconds to go. And they're like, what the fuck is that? They could sit down like Mark Levin does and explain this shit to you and inform you. But they don't. And that's on purpose.
And it's cheaper. It's cheaper to just get it from the bucket. So what they do is like every weather reporter, it's all from NOAA. Always comes from NOAA. They don't do anything. I'm a meteorologist, but you didn't go out in the field and go find out what's going on or anything. You got it from NOAA.
They act like they're all checking barometric pressures or something.
They'll spend fucking 15 minutes telling you what the hour by hour is going to be 3 days from now. Who gives a shit? Because in 3 days, guess what? It's going to be whatever it is.
Yeah.
They don't
have
hours.
5 in the morning.
Canoe, is it your birthday?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. No, it's
happy birthday, bud.
I just hope that people realize that they are not watching news, man. That is not what that is.
Nope.
And at all. I'm sure the subjects that they mentioned, those things happened or are happening, but that's all I believe when I see them running their mouth.
You're right. I go there to see what bullshit they're saying.
Yep.
And then I look at that, and then I go like Ghost said, and then I come on to my channels on here and talk to you guys and whoever, and then you go find out the real stuff.
I do that in the mornings. I'll fucking flip through all the channels and decipher every bit of it. And I'll tell my mom she just got more informed than fucking dickhead will ever do Juan Martinez, because you have to decipher it. And if you didn't know that what you were watching was bullshit, I mean, who can blame somebody? They say, oh yeah, I want to do my part and try to learn something. I want to watch the news. That's how I learn something about the government. Well, that ain't going to happen. That is not going to happen. Not so until everybody realizes what it is, what I think would be a big, that's a hindrance, because there's people, man, they're real nice, but they couldn't even tell you why they don't like Trump. Couldn't even tell you.
Yeah. I know a couple of them like that personally. Matter of fact, I went to the grocery store, and the one lady at the grocery store, get this shit, I'm getting ready to go deer hunting. So I'm picking up my whatever food for there. So I'm at the grocery store. It was like a day or two before I left, and she asked me, well, what are you doing, this and that? And I said, well, I'm just getting ready to go out and do a little killing. And she goes, are you going after Trump? My fucking eyes got big around. I looked at her like, no, I'm going deer hunting.
Well, she might have just been trying to make a joke, People
No, she was serious.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I know a couple of friends that are like that too, that just hate him to no end. Just hate him. And you'll ask them why. But tell me what he's done, and then they don't have nothing to say.
No, they can't.
You're back to Orange Man bad, love Trump hate.
They can't.
Nonsense.
Well, they have
to try to give them some real serious information, something really because I got a couple of things I can use that I know where to get them and where I can tell you where to go get this and look at this or that, and they won't even listen to you. Then they get mad at you.
Yeah. Well, see,
some
people don't care about politics anyways to begin with, and they never did give a shit, really, honestly.
To be honest with you, I don't either until we were until this Bolshevik overthrow started.
Well, see, when you start caring about it, you start learning all the different. It's a huge. I mean, it's a complicated thing, man.
Yeah, sure.
And nobody really understands a lot of things. When they talk, they'll say they or the government this, and really, it's a bunch of different things together. That you kind of have to know. But anyone that starts looking into it, they realize that their second, your rights, the amendment, the Constitution, and they learn that they're should love this country because it's a free country. And if they haven't gotten that far in their like seeking of knowledge, then I don't think you can tell them anything that's going to change their mind. Honestly, I don't think you can. I mean, you might could.
Well, I'm kind of like once you take that red pill, there's just no going back.
To believe that you believed and just hear you out, and explain a few things. Then maybe, but they don't. These people never give a shit. All these people that care about this and that. Well, they haven't thought back maybe 3 or 4 years ago, maybe at the same time.
Yeah.
Also.
Well, it's amazing the people that are opposed to the federal, the actual, what is that? There's the Federal Reserve Bank, and then there's the federal. What's the other one called? They just merged.
I don't know. I didn't hear about it.
Federal. Oh my God.
I'm gonna tell
Treasury.
You, in 2010, 2011, they shut down the Tea Party around here. And
the U.S. Treasury.
Yeah, the U.S. Treasury. They actually think that they actually are that's a bad thing that the U.S. Treasury's taken over the Federal Reserve.
Oh,
and I'm like trying to explain to them that no, I think that's a good thing because these are offshore people that are controlling our money supply, and they're people on the internet that are. It's amazing the amount of people that are like opposed. It's like, what the hell?
Well, maybe that's how somehow we're watching the brainwashing in action. They are opposed to it. They don't even know why.
Yeah. I think you're right about that.
Because I just heard of that. You say that, and I haven't even had time to think about that. To even know if I was opposed to it or not.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm for it. I think we should be. I mean, does it make I try to explain to them that does it make sense for us to give our money to somebody and then you give them your money and they'll loan it back to you with interest? Why don't you just skip the giving the money to them and just spend your own money? You know what I mean?
Well, property owners, and stuff, I guess.
Then I had a guy telling a story about he bought his first house. This was back in the 70s. He bought his first house and it was on a 10-year mortgage. And he was telling his dad about it. His dad had come and he had this loan for 3 years. So that's not even on just a 10-year mortgage that he only had 7 years left to go on. His dad just blew up that the house wasn't paid off. He just couldn't believe that. How could you borrow money out that far? You bought your house, you took you a year or whatever, 2 years to pay it off. You didn't. This was back in the 70s, and the guy that his dad was from back in the 40s and 50s.
Right. The lady that lived here, she got screwed when she sold this place, man, because she still owed money to the original landowner. And when we went to closing, there was a big check, but it didn't go to her. And that fucking sucked, man. She's fucking stayed here for 20 something years paying on this place and
got nothing.
then sold it and didn't even get a damn dime.
Yeah.
She was World War II vet. She had a whistle from the army that I found in here.
I guess the next few weeks we'll know a little more.
Yep. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be okay. I bet we are free from this shit by Easter.
I just wish the weather would turn so I could come back after fishing and look and see what happened.
Hey, that reminds me, man. There was all kinds of people up and down the rivers today fishing.
Nice.
Out here. Yeah, up and down the creeks and up the river and all that because it's really down right now. It went down pretty good. So they're all in the creeks and stuff like that, hitting the creeks for fishing. It was like every time we passed over a creek or a river, people were fishing it. I was like, damn.
Well, I heard French. French was open now. You know, French Lake up by Furtherbolt, that's open, but that's a shallower lake.
Oh yeah.
So it seems to warm up quicker in the spring. But like Mazaska and Roberts and a couple of the other ones, they're not open yet.
Right.
They still have ice out in the middles. The shorelines are all broke loose, but you know, it's like a big chunk of ice floating in the glass, you know.
Right. Yeah, no, I don't have a light. I don't have the oil lamps going because I don't need them, kind of thing. So I don't have an extra light sitting over here. Sorry.
One night,
Como 2020.
Get my burn pile going.
Is that what they're talking now?
Of this paneling on there.
So what'd you say, Como 2020?
Yeah, Battery Addiction's talking about it. Sounds like they're gonna put him up. He ain't gonna matter, but not after this little stunt to having everything hidden away. You know, I don't know.
And now what that idiot brother is.
Yeah. Oh.
Fredo.
Yeah. He sure got mad at that one guy standing in that bar. That guy in the bar's like, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
You know, you can't do nothing. He was just madder than hell. I'll throw you down the stairs. You can't throw me down the stairs.
Yeah. These fucking people, man, they're so full of themselves.
Hey, Biden's going to get corona and die.
You notice the media ain't calling for him to get corona tested. Hell, he can't even afford to give him any blood. He ain't got that much.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's
Ghost.
All the blood he's got, he's using it. Every bit of it. He can't spare it, bro. Fucking people, man. But whatever. I think it's got to keep on going like it. They got to keep digging their own hole, and people it's gonna have to keep going. You know, and the sane people are just gonna remain sane, and everything's gonna boil. You know, the crazy's gonna boil to a head, and it's just gonna have to. You know, don't try not to make yourself a target for whatever. You know, and because you can't tell nobody nothing. You know, half of them, so you don't really know who. You know, and just that's how it's got to shake out, man. It's got to keep on, you know, they got to keep on digging that hole because they're all in now. You know.
Oh, really?
I think they're running.
Fredo, what did you? Battery Addiction says Andrew Cuomo's brother tore him up on TV. See, I think Cuomo was. They probably, you know, hey bud, you had 20,000 respirators you were hiding. You know. You either do what we say or we can go in this pile of unsealed indictments. We'll stick your name in there. Unless maybe his name's already in there. I don't know.
I think we need piss tests for everybody. Fuck the corona test. Let's get some piss tests going.
I think you'd probably be a more accurate
See what
test.
everybody's doing in their free time. I'm serious, man.
Tulsi's a CFR open. The problem with Tulsi Gabbard is she's CFR open borders anti-Second Amendment.
You got to take one when you get your CDL license.
Hey, when is Easter, guys?
April 12th, I think.
When is it?
The 12th.
March.
Yep. Actually, when I drove when I had a CDL license, I quit smoking pot just in case I got, I wanted to be as safe as I could. Actually.
Yes, CDL license, that's a little different story there.
So I quit smoking weed, actually. So.
Too bad. The goat says that you must smoke some weed now.
Oh, I'm ready. It's been a while. It's been too long.
Hard to go.
Oh, wait a minute. I got it caught up here.
Man, I have got the killer, man. It's fucking skunk bud. It's like lemony skunk.
We haven't been on the stream the same time for a while, Carpenter. I got a new toy.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been running around doing, Jack's home all the time. I went through that deal with Mallory.
Check it out.
Is that a frame?
What is that?
Can you see a carpet?
Yeah, what is that?
It's a lower for an AR.
Oh, nice! You got it.
I finally got it.
What do you have? What do you need left?
Oh, I got all the parts. The only thing that I don't have right now that I'm still waiting for it to ship out is the bolt carrier group and the charging handle. I've got everything else.
Nice. So you're one mail delivery away from being done.
Yep.
There you go.
If they give me that $1,200 check, I'm getting a 6.5 Creedmoor. I'm not joking. I'm serious. I'll show it to you with the day after that fucking check comes. Yeah. I'm totally serious. And I hear that from you guys in here, it's like the government's going to buy us all. That's what I thought, is this $1,200. Oh, they're buying us all rifles.
Right. It did pay for my AR-10.
Yeah, that's what I heard. And then heard Canoe saying something about how many rounds can you get with $1,200.
Right.
Get a little half-size drum straight from Lake City.
Yep.
Like about 5,000 rounds in it.
That's the name of the town where I live.
That's when you get in your car and you take a trip down to Carpenter's and we'll go see my supplier here. And you can just get it all. Then, because you'll have to order it, I'll pick it up and run it back up to you.
Can you read that?
What does it say?
You can read it.
Gateway to Florida Air Show 2016.
Oh, maybe it's the back. The back. Oh. Oh, hold on, I got another one over here.
Oh, nice.
Right there.
I fish a lot at Lake City, Minnesota.
You got a trip. And there's a shitload of lakes here too, man.
That's That's nice, ain't it?
Man, I'm gonna tell you, I never ever like trusted the government, I guess.
You've got an AR battery addiction's got an AR-10 on order.
Since maybe I was 16 or so. Up
Yeah, I
and
have
only
been out
until
of the
about
loop.
recently, just I backed Trump, you know, and I don't trust the government still.
Yeah.
Right. You still don't. No. Can't. Not yet.
No.
Well, I know
Sure
what
don't.
it is now, but I never, ever, ever did.
What I'm looking here, battery. Minnesota, yeah, I'm from Minnesota. Lake City, Minnesota's 35 miles from here. It's on the river town. It's kind of just
I'm
south of that
48
grumpy old
now.
men, Wabasha. Wabasha's just, Wabasha's south of Lake City, just 18 miles, 14 miles.
I haven't watched those movies in a long time. Those are great.
Yeah, that's kind of what it's like. If you've ever been ice fishing up here, that is what it's like. That part wasn't, they weren't joking. Had an ice shack for years. You know that up here, a lot of the stuff's getting sold out, though, you know, like everywhere, but the plenty of 10 millimeter rounds. So that's my Wuhan shopping. You know, my everybody says, "Have you got your Wuhan supplies?" I'm like, "Yeah, I just picked up 3 boxes."
I'm stacked with pies. I got 2 weeks worth of pies still. Still got 14, 16 of them.
Well, just before this hit, I picked up all them specialties: the deer jerky, deer sausage, deer, what is it, ring bologna. There's, I don't know, there's breakfast sausage, there's breakfast link sausage, there's just a ton of shit that I picked up from last year deer hunting. Plus all that, I got a quarter beef, a half a pig, ducks. I mean, if I don't buy another piece of meat, I can eat up what's just in the freezer till November.
Right.
As long as the power stays on.
Right.
You know, but I don't think that's going to be an issue. You know, they talked about the EMT too. You know, that EMT, they said that it only costs like, what's that?
EMP.
EMP, yeah, EMP. They electromagnetic pulse.
Right.
They said that all they need to do, and I think it's probably been done now. This was a few years back, that it's just like a circuit breaker in your house. You know, you got that one in the bathroom with the little red knob on it that if you drop your, you know, shaver or your hair dryer or whatever in the sink and it gets water, it kicks this breaker off.
Yeah, ground fault indicator.
Okay, it's basically what they'll do is retrofit our power supply. It might be done now. Retrofit our power supply with these surge protectors.
Right.
And when the EMT hits, it flips these breakers, and then literally they just got to go hit the breakers and turn it back on.
Yep.
So the EMT, and that might be done. That EMPs, that might be done. I don't know. They had talked about it years ago.
Right.
That it really wasn't that big a deal. That it could be, you know,
everything could be reset. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
God, I got 22 rounds by the brick. I think there's 1,000 rounds in a brick. I must have 8 or 10 of them.
Right.
Look, I got a Foot Locker, one big tub, and then I got a small, like a half-size plastic tub of that. And the smaller one I use, that's the one I carry with me. That's the one I'm hunting out of. And then every year I usually get most of the shit I use new. Then I put the old stuff in my storage with all the, and I've got lockers full of. I was heard a guy talking today. He's trying to buy turkey loads for turkey hunting. He couldn't find them. I wanted to tell him, well,
that's what I
what
wanted
kind
to
you
tell you,
want.
man. Dude, I seen a big turkey today over there at that where I was telling you. And now this one had some size to him, and he had a couple of them like he was trying to hem them in, and he had his tail sticking out, and his gobbler was like poking out.
That's what you do. You call them over, and they're strut like that. And when they strut like that, if you listen to them, you'll hear them go put, 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 and they're hitting their wings on the ground, and they strut in a circle, and they stomp their feet. I think it's either stomping their feet or flapping their wings on the ground. I think it's stomping their feet.
Yeah, it's like a dance.
Yeah, and it's boom, 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 boom. That's what. A lot of times, if you got your decoys out, you'll be sitting there because you can't move. I mean, you can't move your eyeballs. So if you gobble and one gobbles back, you gotta freeze. And I mean, to the point, if you see them and they're out in front of you where you know they can see them, I've had to stand there with my eyes open until they were just watering, crying, and then blink a couple of times when they turn their head to clear my eyes to shoot, because they'll pick your. They're dumber than fuck. Birds they're dumber than hell, but
they got
pick up any movement. Oh man, it's terrible. That flighter, they'll run any movement, anything out of the ordinary, they're gone. But,
yep.
Yeah,
when I went to go pick up that lower last week at Cabela's, about the only shotgun ammo that they had was turkey loads.
Well, get them. Them are good loads. Them are good, heavy, hard hitting loads.
I got a bunch of 20 gauge turkey loads, but I don't have any 12 gauge. The only, I showed you those two 12 gauges that I got a couple months ago. I'm going to be using those just for. I'll use the Remington for deer, and the Stoger for grouse and shit like that, quail.
Yeah. They make really good duck guns too. That's what I got mine for, was duck. They're just good. That Stoger, you're gonna like that thing. You get them all, even when you're out and you're in the mud because you're always in this black, stinky mud and dirty, swampy water.
Yeah, duck hunting has no appeal to me, man.
It's so much fun. I remember the first time I ever went duck hunting in my life. I was with my brother-in-law, and he's like a world-class duck caller. There's a duck going down the other shoreline, and I said, Bob, there's one over there, So Bob, he lights into him, and he gets his duck, swings all the way back around, all the way across the lake, comes right down into our decoys, and keeps going and makes another big circle. He calls him again. He brought him back down right through the decoys three times, and I never even picked my gun up. And when he was flying away, I said, holy shit, did you see that? And all he did was he had his call at his mouth, and he just kind of turned his head and looked at me, and he said, yeah, I seen it. And then it dawned on me I was supposed to shoot it, But it was so cool to see. I'd never see. If you ever see someone talk to ducks like that guy, I've never seen anybody that could. It's amazing to watch him.
I like quail.
Yeah, quail's good.
Man. Yeah, the people I bought the rabbits and chickens from today, they wanted me to buy ducks. They wanted me to buy one of their ducks or a couple of their ducks.
No, that's a whole different deal. They were good eating, them ducks.
Oh yeah. She said it was like they were the ducks that she was trying to sell me. I can't remember the name of them, but they're not from the mallard class.
Yeah.
But they're big ducks. They were big, almost goose size like ducks. And she said the meat is just like dark meat, and it's good.
Yeah. And you can eat the leg meat and everything.
Yeah.
You can't on a wild turkey, wild duck, wild anything. You can. Some guys will take it off and grind it, but it's gross.
Yeah.
Stringy and snot.
Yeah. The best you can do off of a wild duck is the breasts.
Yeah, that's how we breast everything, and then just the rest of it's coyote bait.
Right.
Duck is slang down here.
Yeah, wild duck is a lot different than a.
No, I mean it's a slang
It's
name.
like the difference between raising rabbits and wild rabbits.
Yeah. Yep.
You just ain't gonna get no meat off. It's like it's almost as bad as a squirrel. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, because it takes like 12 rabbits, 10 rabbits to make a good rabbit pie.
Right. Well, it takes one rabbit to feed a family, two for a
Oh,
week.
that's
One of
nice.
one of these, you get, at 6 months, my rabbits were before when I was breeding them before. At 6 months, my rabbits were coming out 12 to 14 pounds,
Oh
and
yeah,
you
nothing
get
like that.
right, you get 8 9 pounds of meat off of that thing.
Yeah.
You big chunky back straps. Oh, dude, it was just the legs are huge, and stuff like that. So, yeah, this
Duck means something else down here. Somebody could call somebody a duck if, like, is a term like slang.
What's it mean though? Like, what's it?
like a sucker, kind of, or somebody green,
Oh, okay.
A noob.
like uh, a sucker, like a mark, I guess, or
Yeah.
easy target, I guess.
Yeah.
That's what it means.
They call us Wisconsin people call Minnesota people mud ducks.
yeah, because all
I
the
don't
legs.
care. Yeah, I don't care. They don't bother me. I was like, God, that's nice. Compared to what I've been called.
I only heard that in prison, so.
Yeah, but no, I'll probably do a video tomorrow about the chickens and rabbits. I need to do some work on the rabbit cages and get those put in place. We got to get the area cleaned up that it's going into first.
Are you going to get a breeding population of both them going?
I'm sorry?
Are you going to get a breeding like breed them so you like have them constantly?
Oh yeah, I got 4 breeding cages.
Okay.
And they're 2 level. I built them dual level, and they got
one's got a vibrating bed.
They got. I'll show you the pictures of them. Well, I'll show them on video. They need to be cleaned up, and they got winter in them. I still got to
One's
put
got a little vibrating bed shaped like a heart, about that big.
Right. So no, nothing crazy like that. But no,
Did you guys ever see that remake of the Clampets movie?
No.
Oh yeah.
Years ago, where he talks about breeding horses, and that lady says, "I thought you'd want to breed horses," and he looks at her like she's Jed, looks at her like she's nuts. Like, I'm not breeding no horse. That's one of the last movies. I haven't watched a movie that's one of the last ones I've ever watched.
Dude, I haven't watched a movie in so long, except
Me either. People on here will talk, not on here, but on the internet will talk about, well, it's just like this movie, and it's like that movie, and and it's like that's where you lose me, because I have no idea what they're talking about.
Dude, I want to see some of them, but Matrix came out when I was in prison. I never even seen it until like 2008, all the way through.
I've never seen that movie.
You never seen The Matrix?
No.
Oh wow,
that's pretty good.
Well,
I saw part of a couple of movies. If it come out on TV, sometimes you can watch the TV.
Well, I got Hulu, Netflix. Got a couple other things on here too that I got about every one of them things you can get.
I had an antenna. Then they come by and change the antennas, and that was the end of my TV.
Yeah.
Like, no more TV around here.
No, Mallory and Jackson. I got all that stuff.
Then after a while, it don't even matter. You put in a DVD, just have something for noise or something.
Yeah, fuck. I got 3 big screen TVs and 1 24-inch, and I probably ain't watched, other than the Weather Channel and news, I haven't watched TV in 10 years.
I think it's good to
How about
like.
a 55-inch TV? You guys, I've never sat and watched. I've never watched a show on it.
I watch a few things. I try to watch like Columbo. You know, they had.
I like all them old shows like that.
Yeah. But I've always felt like there was something, some brainwashing happening there with the TV.
Yeah.
And I could never really figure it out. So I was always just leery of it, you know.
Right.
Well, you know, that's that gut feeling.
Well, you know, at that time, my mind frame was a little bit different than, you know, I wasn't.
Still a little bit different, Florida.
Well, no, I wasn't. Honestly, I'm gonna tell you.
I'm just messing
I was
with you.
16, man. I got into trouble and I went in prison, and I was a criminal. I never abided by the law. None of that, you know. And
yeah.
I also used to think other crazy thoughts too, you know. And I just felt that was just my beliefs, you know. Those were just my beliefs.
Right.
And well, now though, I can look back and see how it's possible.
Yeah.
That there could have been some funny business happening. So maybe this whole time that I was sensing whatever, you know, I'm thinking I'm crazy. It was all accurate the whole time.
Yeah, because you weren't a normie. That's what aren't that they call them now, normies? If you toe the status quo line, you call them normie.
I never was. I never was. I never read.
No, I wasn't either.
I couldn't. I was a convicted felon, but I've had my rights restored though since then.
Can you get a gun?
Nope. I have to file that. I can get a black powder, but I have to file.
Oh, okay.
And pay for the
Yeah. Canoes, I think that's a great idea. I think we're good.
So you see, I never was like a legitimate citizen, you know, paying his taxes. Well, I did it at work, I guess, you know, on my job. But other than that, I never was, you know, if I had an encounter with a police officer, I'd be straight up with them, but I didn't even like them. And I would talk shit to them. You know, like what you gonna shoot me in the back or something like that? Oh, you're one of them. You know. And right. I never was like a legitimate citizen, you know.
Hey, I just had a thought, guys. I just had a thought. What are we gonna do for 420? April 20th. We got to think this up.
I'm gonna quit smoking weed that day. That's what I'm gonna do.
Are you really?
Now that's some commitment.
I can't believe it.
That'll take some
I don't believe it.
But you guys see where I'm coming from, though. You know, you guys have all been tax-paying citizens your whole life. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of that's circumstances too.
You
know, our circumstances were different.
Well, no, I chose all. You know, my bad choices. You know, and I was just on the wrong path, man.
No,
I'm glad you decided not to be like that.
You know, it wouldn't matter what. You know, I had to live it just like that, or else I wouldn't even see it like that now.
Right. Well,
I may end up finally scattering brushes. Smoke a big fat dude while I'm doing it in his memory.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Or are you gonna put his ashes there at the farm?
Yeah, he wanted to be spread around the farm, so I'll sprinkle some out in the field. I'll throw some out in the pond. Throw some in the orchard.
Yeah.
That's what he wanted.
That's what you do then. That's just what you do. We got one of the guys that owned that Wisconsin area that I hunt over there. He died, and his ashes are underneath a big apple tree over there.
Yeah.
We did it one hunting season. I still catch that son of a bitch out the corner of my eye. I'm over there all the time. A lot of times you're alone too, and it's just dark as Toby's ass. And then everybody that goes over there with me, I was like, "Don't you ever get nervous over here?" I'm like, "What? There ain't nothing to be afraid of." So I'm out in and every now and then out of the corner of my eye, I'll swear. To the point I turn my head to look.
Right.
And there's never nothing there.
Of course.
But me and him would have so much fun. His name was Chuck. We had a blast. He was a crazy fucker. I got the same last. Yeah, he was crazy. I got the same last name as him.
Oh,
he's got two boys. One of them's gay, and one of them's just a bleeding heart liberal. And
right.
He's as right as you get. He's not left at all. So he always liked me. So we'd go to the bars and hunt, and me and him for 4 years over there. Me and him were the only two that hunted over there. God, he was an ornery son of a bitch. So everybody couldn't stand to be around him because he was so mean,
Right.
Fuck, I like him, He was. I don't mind them old grumpy people. I like them. Yeah, they don't bother me.
Yeah. Man.
I haven't been in trouble in a long time, actually, though. Since the 92 was my last charge. So technically,
I'll bet your gun rights are paperwork now.
It is.
Oh, you should go get them back. I bet you could have any gun you wanted now.
I think it's only just the black powder, specifically.
You sure about that?
They restored mine automatically in 07. Or not automatic.
That's a lot of that shit's changed. You better go in and look at that.
Yeah, you might be able to get your stuff.
And it might just be filling out paperwork, and they prove that you've a lot of those guys that were under your restrictions like that. I got a bunch of buddies, and it was just a matter of once they came off a paper, once they've done 2 years in prison, then they got out of prison, and then they did their 4 or 5 years of parole. And then when they were off paper and off parole and off everything, they'd paid their debt. They were able to go and they didn't have to go through a big rigmarole. They just had to do paperwork.
And I had to go back and finish. I did like 2 years and I had to go back and do another. It was supposed to be 5, but got caught with weed in there, man. Ended up doing 6.
Oh.
Got out in 04. And I always felt like, man, I fucked up my whole life, fucked up my whole life.
It's not where you start, it's where you finish, bud.
But all I can do is learn from it and try my best to.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm being honest with y'all,
Right. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, there ain't no. I would go to work, you guys, when I quit drinking. And I was a professional at it. And when I quit drinking, everybody would tell me what made me quit drinking was I'd given my daughter, she was 2 years old, I went and picked her up at night from the babysitter. I blacked out. Brought her home and put her in bed, and I got up the next morning and lost my pickup truck, I thought, but I parked alongside the house and couldn't see it. And then I was sitting there looking at it. My wife come out, and she says, "What are you looking for?" And I said, fuck my truck. Because that wasn't nothing new. To get so drunk, I lost my truck, and I'd have to go out
You were
different
sitting in
towns. Yeah, I had to go try to find it. And she said, no, it's right there behind the garage. And of course, I opened the door and I looked and I could just catch the side of the back of the back bumper. And I'm like, oh, good, I don't have to go looking for it. And then it dawned on me, Mallory. I said, oh my God, I forgot Mallory. So I went. As I was running into her room, my wife said to me, she said, well, you picked her up. She's in her room. So I went in her room, and here she was laying on her bed, curled up with this little bunny rabbit that she'd slept with all the time, all curled up nice. And I was walking back through the living room, going back down into the main room. I was walking back through the living room, and my wife come up and she looked at me, and I said, that's it. I'm done drinking. And all she said to me was, I don't believe that for a fucking minute. I've been listening to that shit for 15 years. And that was all. And I never took another drink. Well, no, I've drank a couple, like a beer here or there, and maybe a shot here or there, but no, never got drunk again. I'd never gotten drunk again after that. And I tell people that story, and then everybody at work, I had a guy at work one time say, why would you tell people that you gave your kid a ride home drunk? I said, because I'm sick of running from it, dude. I'm tired of fucking lying and acting like I'm something I'm not.
Yeah.
You know?
And it's hard for a person to stay in that frame of mind and really dissect how they did wrong in each part of that situation, you know.
So I take it you've been humbled.
Fuck yeah, man. You know, I got my head kind of straightened out and decided, you know, this isn't this isn't what I want to do. This, you know, how did this happen? How did I get here like this? What do I got to change? So I started figuring it out, man. How? You know, how? Okay, I did this, did that wrong, did it. But why? What was I? You know, and after a period of time, man, I did all that shit to me, you know.
Oh yeah.
But it's just accepting responsibility for your actions. And
exactly.
You know, if it's any consolation, Canoe, I know people that have went through their whole, or Canoe, Florida, that went through their whole life and never accepted responsibility for their actions.
It's hard. It's hard because you know, nobody likes to, you know, look inward and say, oh yeah, that was wrong, and then keep, you know, doing that. But it's nothing. It's no big deal. It gets easier, and you can change easily.
Yeah. Well, it's easy to change. It's just really hard to do.
Right.
You know, if you haven't been one of the ones that done that, then people don't understand what you're saying.
Well, it takes a lot of work, you know.
Yeah.
You know, fucking lived a half degenerate, you know, since then, you know.
Oh
yeah. I mean, you know, I can only be how I can be, you know.
Right.
I think what was
know,
worse
realization.
It was
But just
on pain pills, man. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. That's something.
Well, that's a landmark. That's a landmark in your personal development, actually, because it takes quite a bit to even come to the realization of taking responsibility for your actions over the long haul and realizing that you are where you are because of decisions you've made in the past. And you're exactly right to analyze that, figure out what those decisions were, and never to let it happen again.
Well, I first started that in 2002.
Right. Well, it takes time.
And I was locked up at the time. I said, man, I got to change. Fuck this shit. You know, you better start right now and try to do whatever you can to better yourself, man, because this is it, man. So I had to act like a criminal while I was in there, but really, you know, I'm trying to figure out how am I going to, you know, so what did I do? I adopted the morals out of the Bible. You know, I said, you ain't got to worship the God, but that's a good set of morals to go by, a code. That's a great code. And that's why I started. And
well,
I came back to God.
The Holy Spirit, though.
Yeah, that's how I came back to God. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you get back to God. That's what God humbles you.
You know, That's exactly how. And that was the only time I ever prayed for myself, and I haven't since. And it was just that I could get out of prison before my dad passed away. That's
Well,
all I was.
and that's the way it's supposed to work. You pray for yourself, but then eventually there comes a time when you stop praying for yourself and you start thinking.
Well, that's the only
Like,
time. Now I just don't even feel right even thinking of,
just thank him for all the blessings that you have. Instead of praying to him and asking him to change, only when you pray to him, only thank him for what he's done for you, and you'd be surprised at how that'll take you to another step too. You'll even go a little higher.
Now I'll pray for Buffalo Bill's foot there, or Wild Bill's foot. His feet is.
Oh wow!
That's the only man I ever prayed for his feet. Now, right there, Wild Bill. So.
Because I used to do that too. I used to pray for myself, for my, all this, because life would go to shit, of course, because of what I did. So I'd pray for myself. But then after a while, I got to where I started looking around at what I had. And even though I didn't have much, I still had what I had.
Right.
So then I started thanking God for what I had. And the more I thank God for what I had, and I don't know if it's that you really appreciate it or that I don't know how that works. I mean, it works different for everybody. But then is when things started going different for me in my life, when I started praying to God, and I don't ever pray for him to do anything for me. I just pray and thank him. And I thank him constantly for that I wasn't a flop and fall down drunk my entire life and brawling lunatic who, slapped the wife, kicked the dog, hit the kids,
Right. I do pray for, forgiveness, and I'll be thankful. And then I pray that he opens my eyes and puts the words in my mouth and the people in my path that I need to touch. And this,
kind of weird how it all kind of works.
He's in control of my day. That's all I know.
Yeah, it's just kind of weird how it works. And like we got in an argument one time when they kept wanting on the internet, and they kept wanting you to give proof, right?
Right.
And finally, I just it's like there's proof. There's no proof, but it's called faith, and you don't have to prove faith. That's why they call it faith. Otherwise, they would call it have to prove. Oh.
Yep, fire in the bowl.
Then once you have faith, then the proof isn't necessary anymore.
Woo. Man.
Last one of the night for me, guys.
Like somebody farted.
Yeah,
in here.
we're calling it out.
Yeah.
God bless you all. Thank you for coming online, Carpenter.
Wow.
Thanks for having me.
Wow. Man, it's always a pleasure. Thank you, Buffalo Bill, and all the people in the chat. Thank you, our wonderful Huckleberry and our mods. You guys are awesome. Thank you for what you do.
Just don't tell nobody, Bill. I don't want nobody to know.
You're right, that you pay for his fee.
Well, I'll admit it, but start charging for that.
Well, I thank God for each and every one of you each and every day. And kick that goat one more time.
Later, Crow.
Hang on, I need.
Good night, everybody.
Dream well, Patriots. You have a wonderful, and I'll see you tomorrow.
You shutting down, man?
Yeah, I think we're going to bed.
Only 2:23 here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta be at work in 6 hours.
Yeah, and I've got to be up and kicking ass and taking care of building some more rabbit cages and working on all the small engine stuff tomorrow.
Well, that's nice of you to get them a little heart-shaped bed like that. That's thoughtful.
Rock on.
Yeah, Battery and Crow and Wild Bill and my Huckleboo. Y'all take care. Thank you for the birthday wishes, everybody. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, man, 40, man. I can't believe I'm older
I
than
hope
you.
you have a wonderful, amazing day.
Oh, I got to work, so it's gonna suck. So.
Well, it doesn't have to suck. Right. Right.
That paycheck don't suck.
Right. All right. Good night, guys.
All right, man.
See you
Later.
again. Peace.
Good seeing everybody, man.